Hello and welcome to our first event of the day, Indigenous Knowledge in Global Climate Science, Policy, and Action. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage for opening remarks, Waheela Johns. Please give her a warm welcome.
All right. Thank you. Ahiahet do. Started speaking Navajo. She'e Waheela Johns Yinishia. Ashihin Nishlin Dog Ashe Bashishin Lisalan Desha Che Adokia Ane Dashanele. Good morning. I'm Waheela Johns and I'm from northeastern Arizona. I'm Dene and I work for the Department of Energy and I run their Tribal Energy Program, the Office of Indian Energy Policy and Programs. It's great to be here. I've been here for a week and in solidarity with many of you that are working to help decrease our greenhouse gas emissions, but also push for a beautiful future for our future generations, and just really honored to be a part of this panel and moderating. So this panel is called Indigenous Knowledge in Global Climate Science and Policy and Action, organized by the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, the United Nations Foundation, and Indian Collective. So I would like to turn over to Chair of the White House Council on Environmental Quality, Brenda Malroy. Chairman, or I keep saying chairman because anyways. Chair Malroy is the 12th chair of the Council of Environmental Quality and is the first African American to serve in this position. She advises President Biden on environmental and natural resource policies and is particularly focused on addressing the environmental justice and climate change challenges. Chairman Malroy, welcome.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here and great to see everyone. Thank you, Waheela. I appreciate that. The chairman thing is a problem. It's culturally. What can we do? We're stuck with it, and it takes a while to adjust. It's such a thrill to be here this morning and to have a chance to be part of this program early. I just arrived last night, so this is my first full day at COP, and I'm just thrilled to be here and have a chance to talk to folks about this very important issue, which is one that we at the Council on Environmental Quality are spending a lot of time on. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about some of the work that we've been doing, focused in general on Indigenous rights, Indigenous science. So let me go. So one of the things that is striking to me about COP in general, and just even in the morning that I've been here, is just the energy that you feel from people being here ready to address these really earth-shattering issues that we have in front of us. And a recognition that our opportunity to make a difference is now, like right now. There's no extra time. There is an urgency about the task, but there's also a focus and an optimism about what's possible if we work together. And I think that's where I think we spend a lot of our energy at the Council on Environmental Quality and with the partners that we work with. So I'm just thrilled to be able to be here and talk a little bit about some of the things that the President has prioritized as we think about these important issues. First of all, just strengthening the United States' nation-to-nation relationship with tribal nations is very important. Pursuing locally led conservation strategy built on collaborative partnerships, transitioning to a clean energy economy to tackle climate change, investing in our infrastructure to ensure that all communities enjoy economic opportunity, and grounding United States government decisions in science. An important element of that science, as we know, is Indigenous knowledge. It's a body in and of itself, one that contributes broadly to our understanding of the world. As a valid, self-supporting knowledge system, it drives scientific, technical, social, and economic advancements worldwide and can inform solutions to many of the challenges we face today, including climate change. Our charge from President Biden is to think broadly and inclusively about how to implement equitable policies that improve our quality of life now and for generations. We know that tribes and indigenous communities, as the original stewards of the natural environment, have expertise critical to finding solutions for confronting this challenge. Tribes and indigenous peoples have faced disproportionate and unique climate-related risks as climate change threatens cultural and ceremonial practices, place-based identities, sources of traditional food and medicine, and sovereignty and security. Consulting with tribes and engaging with indigenous communities to include indigenous knowledge into United States government research, policies, and decisions furthers the Biden-Harris administration's commitment to scientific integrity and to science and knowledge-based decision-making. We recognize that the United States government has much to learn from tribal nations. That's why last year, the Biden-Harris administration issued a memorandum recognizing indigenous knowledge as a form of knowledge that can and should inform United States government decision-making. Never before has the federal government recognized indigenous knowledge in this way or sought to embrace it as broadly in the decision-making across agencies and issue areas across the government. Building on this, in the coming weeks, the Biden-Harris administration will release guidance providing broad direction to the whole of the United States government centered around better understanding indigenous knowledge, now growing and maintaining relationships to support tribal nations and indigenous peoples and their knowledge, and including indigenous knowledge in decision-making, policy development, and research. At the heart of this effort is listening and learning from indigenous communities. Our goal is to ensure that the federal government meaningfully considers their perspectives and ways of knowing to benefit people and the planet. Over the course of nearly 1 year, the White House engaged more than 1,000 individuals, organizations, and tribal nations in the development of this guidance. It's been informed by consultation with tribes, public listening sessions, and a steady dialogue with tribes, indigenous people, and others with interest or experience with indigenous knowledge. This guidance is one part of a multi-step process to deliver on the President's commitment to elevating indigenous voices in federal decision-making. And so we're proud of the progress that we've made. Since taking office in January of 2021, the Biden-Harris administration has provided historic financial and infrastructure investments in Indian country, protected tribal homeland and sacred sites, increased tribal participation in federal lands management, strengthened the protection of tribal treaty rights, advanced education equity for indigenous children, and honored indigenous languages. While we've made considerable progress, and the guidance we will release in the coming weeks is another great step, we have so much work left to do. And so I just want to thank you right now for the partnerships that will come from folks in this room and around the country that will be important in the work that we have going forward. And with that, I'm going to say, turn it back over to Waheela to move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Malroy. So I've been a part of a lot of the organizing with the White House Council on Native American Affairs, and just really trying to hear from the communities, hear from tribal nations, and incorporate that in our policy design, but also the way that we are making decisions when it comes to, in particular, energy policy, energy development. So we have a lot to learn from tribal nations, and they all have a unique perspective to their land, their water, and their quality of life that they would like to have. There's over 574 federally recognized tribes in the United States, so it's a huge and diverse portfolio that my office covers, but it's just a huge learning because I am really focused also. I grew up in the southwest of the United States, so I'm just really honored to be a part of this administration and taking on that leadership to really include Indigenous voices, Indigenous perspectives in the way that we create federal policy so that we are practicing our nation-to-nation connection and responsibility that we have as a federal government to Indigenous peoples and tribes in the United States. Next, we're going to go to a video by, let's see, are we queued up for the video? Dr. Kyle White. He is an enrolled member of the Citizen of Potawatomi Nation and is George Willis Pack Professor at the School of Environmental Sustainability at the University of Michigan. Founding Director of the Tishman Center of the Social Justice and Environment Principal Investigator of the Energy Equity Project, and affiliated professor of the Native American Studies and Philosophy. Dr. White currently serves on the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council and the National Academy's Resilience America Roundtable. Sorry. I think we'll go to the video next.
Bonjour. My name is Kyle White. I'm an enrolled member of the Citizen Potawatomi Nation. We're Anishinaabe people of North America. I'm also a professor of environment and sustainability at the University of Michigan. The U.S. White House Office of Science and Technology Policy has issued a memo in 2021 that recognizes Indigenous Traditional Ecological Knowledge, ITEK, as one of the many important bodies of knowledge. Yet there is much to do to implement this policy in environmental and climate regulation. The phrase Indigenous Traditional Ecological Knowledge is just one phrase in English. Yet this phrase must stand for the scientific institutions of thousands of Indigenous peoples globally. Those who seek to utter the phrase ITEK bear a tremendous responsibility to uplift Indigenous knowledge diversity in situations where corporations, governments, and organizations seek to reduce the brilliance of Indigenous people and to sanction or to ignore environmental threats to Indigenous people's safety, health, well-being, cultural integrity, human rights, and political self-determination. Indigenous scientific institutions, like any pursuit of systematic knowledge, aim for rigorous observations of the environment. They have peer review and community review processes that are typically more extensive than international and national scientific journals and research societies. The ITEK I'm familiar with strives for high levels of accountability between science and society, where Indigenous scientific institutions are woven into fabrics of Indigenous societal life. That is through education, training, family, clan, and gender relations, storytelling, ceremony, legal orders, culture, ethical systems, harvesting and environmental stewardship practices, and self-governance. In my experience, ITEK has never tried to be separate from society. Indigenous traditional ecological knowledge, then, is often a knowledge about what societies need to do to foster well-being and to sustain themselves. It's knowledge about the relationships connecting all facets of a people's way of life, from the relationship between ecology and politics to the relationships among health, culture, and climate change. This is why so many Indigenous knowledge keepers are issuing stark warnings about the perils of climate change. They're offering solutions based on values of reciprocity, consent, and responsibility that ITEK systems have peer-reviewed for generations. So what nation states need to do to respect ITEK goes far beyond mere inclusion. Nation states need to remove all barriers that stop ITEK from having the leading roles Indigenous people have always intended it to have. Roles protecting our communities, guiding solutions to climate change that we need, and lighting the pathways of future generations of Indigenous peoples. Indigenous scientific institutions must be restored in their rights and capacities within Indigenous self-determination and to be the cornerstones of the exercise of Indigenous rights to free, prior, and informed consent.
So thank you for that video, and I would like to welcome Hindu Ibrahim She is the coordinator of the Indigenous Women and Panels on Association of Chad, co-chair of the United Nations International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change, and a member of the Executive Committee of the Indigenous Peoples of Africa Coordinating Committee. Hindu is an Indigenous woman from the Mamborio pastoralist community in Chad. And it's been an honor to work along the side of Hindu for many years. This is my 4th COP, and what a strong leader, and I just want to welcome you. And as you are creating statements today, throughout the day and throughout this week, I just want to commend your leadership and your knowledge and what you bring to help inform this community at a global level, because we all speak the same language as Indigenous peoples. And so I just want to honor you and also welcome you to provide remarks today. Hindu.
Thank you so much, sister. Good morning, everyone. Happy Indigenous Women Day, because today is Indigenous Women Day. That's why you can see most of the Indigenous women are wearing red, and even the Indigenous men are supporting us. So that's one thing. I think Indigenous people's knowledge, we have to understand, come from thousands and thousands and thousands of years. As science is less than 1,000 years. Technology, maybe some hundreds of years. So Indigenous people's knowledge across all the 7 socio-cultural regions are the one who sustain the life, livelihood, and life way of the Indigenous communities around the world. And that's also what helped us to protect about the 80% of the world's biodiversity around the various ecosystems. As my sister said here earlier, we Indigenous peoples, we have one language. How we are caring about the nature, how we are protecting the nature. Even we do not speak the same language as the mother tongue, but we have the same wisdom that are left from our ancestors. That is the most important gift that we are bringing to the world. And the world must recognize this gift. We are not asking for the compensation of it, because none can be recompensated those knowledge of centuries that are protecting all the humanities. We are not asking for payment and then we can become rich because we do have those knowledge. All what we are asking is simple. Recognize and respect the right of Indigenous peoples. Recognize and respect the land, territories, and resources of Indigenous peoples. Give space to the Indigenous peoples to be sitting in the tables where we are taking the decision that concerning the humanities, because we are the guardians of those humanities. Science is very important. We do recognize that. But science must recognize the knowledge of Indigenous peoples as also importance. Let me tell you a small anecdote. We were having the meeting with the IPCC peoples. And then I give the examples. Exactly, I said, like my grandmother is the best application ever that I do have. They're like, wow. I'm like, yes. Maybe in the Western knowledge, you can use a cell phone just to tap in your weather forecast. If it's going to rain, to get your umbrella. It's going to be cold, you have your coat. Or it's going to be sunny, to wear your sunglasses. But in our culture, my grandmother can look at just the bird migrations, the cloud positions. She can observe her own cattle, and she can say exactly it's going to rain in the next couple of hours. Or she can say exactly the next year going to be a good rainy season. So those knowledge are so crucial. And then what they respond to me, they say like, wow, this is very important because science knowledge cannot give exact knowledge. But next time that you go to your community, maybe it will be good to go with one science person to verify, confirm those knowledges. So look at just the surprise that I do have. I'm like, I'm so sorry. You went to the school maybe for 20 years to get your PhDs. My grandmother was born on those knowledge. She get it from her own grandmother. So it is hundreds and thousands of years of knowledge. Who are you just to confirm the knowledge of my grandmother because she do not speak French, English, Arabic, or the main language that you are using? So those are the lessons we must have. Share between the science, traditional knowledge. No one can confirm the knowledge of thousands of years. We have just to accept it because our knowledge helps us to survive, to adapt for so long. So the science knowledge, yes, they are important, giving us data, but they can be more powerful if they respect and recognize the indigenous people's knowledge and wisdom. So here is my message for all of you. You will be hearing from a fantastic indigenous leaders here. But please walk away with one thing. Indigenous peoples are not a victim. We are a solutions. Indigenous peoples have their own science that might be respected and recognized as the science of the future, the science of the present, that can help not only one community, but the entire communities of the world. Indigenous peoples do not choose ecosystem, let us protect forests or glaciers or ocean. Indigenous peoples protect all the ecosystem as one because we know that they are all interconnected. So here are the wisdom I wanted to leave you with, and please consider that into the policy that you are going to implement. Don't choose, take all of them. Use the indigenous people's knowledge as a value and put indigenous peoples in the tables to help take the right decisions for the interest of all the humanity. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Hindu, for that. And next I'm going to invite the panelists to come join us on stage. Okay. So, picking up after what Hindu had mentioned, the importance of the recognition of the rights of indigenous peoples at a global scale is really important, and especially when it comes to this conference. You're going to hear from panelists that, again, all saying the same thing in our own language based on the knowledge of our people that carry countless generations of beautiful narratives of who we are and our identity and the solutions. And so next we're going to go to Chief of the Hinukyu people. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Chief Nenawa. And he represents 15,000 indigenous peoples in 104 villages across 22 indigenous territories. Chief Nenawa is joined by Dr. Vanessa Adriati from the University of British Columbia, who will be translating. So I would like to give you the opportunity, Chief, to provide some remarks. Thank you.
Muito bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everybody.
Bom, como já foi falado, meu nome é Ninauá, sou cacique hereditário do meu povo. Também sou uma liderança eleita na Federação do Povo Runicuí do Estado do Acre, representando mais de 17 mil pessoas em 119 comunidades na Amazônia brasileira.
My name is Chief Ninawa Hunikui. I represent the Hunikui indigenous people. I am a hereditary chief and also the elected president of the Hunikui Association of Acre. And I represent more than 17,000 people in 119 communities.
E eu venho aqui para trazer a voz da floresta.
I come here to bring the voice of the forest.
Também das pessoas que não têm a oportunidade de estar aqui presente, tanto humanos e não humanos.
And those who are not able to be here present, both human and non-human.
E para dizer para vocês dos impactos que o meu povo e demais povos estão sofrendo na Amazônia.
And I want to share with you the impacts that my people and other peoples are suffering in the Amazon.
Com o grande aumento do desmatamento na região amazônica, não só no Brasil, mas na região da Amazônia Legal,
with the increase of deforestation in the Amazon, not only in Brazil, but also in the other countries that the Amazon is located,
e também com os empreendimentos causados por companhias predatórias,
with the projects of predatory corporations,
tem causado grandes inundações atípicas, queimadas,
This has been the cause of atypical floods and wildfires.
e isso tem poluído as nossas águas, tem comprometido a nossa soberania alimentar,
This has polluted our waters and compromised our food security.
tem surgido muitas enfermidades diferentes por conta das queimadas e da poluição das águas.
We have had new diseases because of the fires and the pollution in the water.
Tem também comprometido, modificado a nossa maneira de relação com a natureza por conta da modificação da natureza.
This is changing our relationship with nature because all of this destabilization.
E esses grandes impactos que são causados na vida da minha família,
These impacts are caused in the lives of my family and my community.
elas não são apresentadas no espaço do modo geral como a COP, por exemplo.
These impacts are not presented in spaces like this, like COP.
Aqui são apresentados programas que não são programas que vão trazer a solução para resolver esses impactos causados no meu povo. Como, por exemplo, programa de Red Plus, que é discutido muito aqui dentro da COP.
So the programs that are offered as solutions at the COP, like the Red Plus program, they are not programs that are going to solve the impacts that my people are suffering.
São ações e programas que são criados, esses modelos, eles são os mesmos modelos que têm incentivado a destruição da nossa mãe natureza.
So the RED program comes from the same model, economic model, that is responsible for the destruction of nature.
E não são o que nós, na nossa comunidade, nós tratamos como as falsas soluções, porque nenhum problema tem resolvido dentro da nossa comunidade, tem aumentado cada vez mais esses problemas.
So we call this a false solution to the climate emergency because the emergency hasn't been solved, only increased.
A relação do meu povo com a natureza é uma relação de respeito, de irmandade, uma relação de família.
The relationship of my people with nature is a family relation.
Pessoas da minha família recebem nome de plantas medicinais, nome de animais também.
People from my family receive the names of plants and the names of animals as well.
Por isso que eu venho à COP com demais pessoas da nossa delegação para dizer que nós não aceitamos que seja colocado valores, financiado a mãe natureza, porque na relação do meu povo, nós somos a própria natureza se defendendo desses maus que estão acontecendo.
So I come to COP to say that we cannot put a price on nature or on life, that we are, in my people, we are nature trying to defend itself.
A aceleração de vários programas que são colocados, isso está levando o nosso povo uma extinção coletiva em câmera lenta, e nós não estamos percebendo isso, nós estamos dando tiro no próprio pé quando queremos implementar esses programas que não trazem verdadeiras soluções.
With the acceleration of these false solutions, we are starting to experience mass extinction in slow motion. We are shooting our own foot.
E esses programas que são oferecidos pequenas quantidades de dinheiro para a nossa comunidade, têm nos dividido, têm confundido a nossa gente.
So many of these programs offer a little bit of money to our communities, and this has caused divisions in our people.
Então, por isso que nós estamos aqui para dizer, a natureza não pode ser considerada como um mercado de mercantilização, de financiarização, de monetarização, né? Não pode ser modificado a nossa maneira de vida em relação com a natureza por conta do financeiro, por conta de aumentar lucro das grandes companhias predatórias que, com esses programas, têm o direito de continuar poluindo cada vez mais e destruindo.
So I'm here to say that nature cannot be financialized, commodified, sold, or commercialized, because these predatory industries that are causing the destruction are using the programs to give themselves license to continue business as usual.
E como dizia Hindu, é preciso considerar os conhecimentos tradicionais dos povos originários como uma parte, uma indicação para possíveis soluções que nós possamos trazer esses indicativos.
As Hindu said, it's important to consider indigenous knowledges as legitimate knowledge that can work together with other knowledges so that we can bring together all the complexity of the problem.
A ciência tem que realmente tirar essa arrogância de achar que é soberana. A ciência, ela confirma o que os nossos antepassados já vêm dizendo. É preciso haver essa reciprocidade de respeito.
Science needs to lose its arrogance to recognize that much of what it knows, indigenous people already knew before, so that we can create respect between the different knowledges.
Nós não podemos assumir a responsabilidade sozinho de querer encontrar a solução para os problemas que estão acontecendo. A responsabilidade é de cada um de nós, porque o que está acontecendo agora não compromete só a minha família, mas também a família de cada um de nós que estamos aqui. Esse etnocídio, genocídio, essa matança, ela não afeta somente a mim. Pode ser daqui a pouco os filhos e os netos de cada um de nós que estamos aqui também e vão sofrer essas consequências.
We need to integrate knowledge to take collective responsibility for what's happening, because the impacts of what's happening, all the ecocide, the genocide, doesn't affect only my community. It affects each one of us in this room, and your children, your grandchildren, your great-great-children.
Então, para finalizar, dizer que, mais uma vez, dizer que nós, enquanto parte da natureza, nós não somos divididos, não existe natureza e homem no nosso conhecimento. Nós, enquanto parte da natureza, nós não queremos ser financiarizados pelas companhias que estão destruindo. Nós precisamos criar respeito, nós precisamos criar responsabilidade, nós precisamos criar reciprocidade com a natureza, para que nós possamos viver no futuro, garantir que nossos filhos no futuro vivam em harmonia. Convido a cada um de vocês a se somar com as nossas lutas, com a luta dos povos originários.
To conclude, I would like to say that for my people, there's no division between man and nature. It's all nature. And we indigenous people don't want to be financed by the corporations that are actually destroying the planet. I invite each of you to join this fight and to join our struggle so that our children and grandchildren can live together in harmony in a better environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Nanawa, for your words and encouragement that you give us as Indigenous peoples and your leadership. And I just want to say have a safe travel home and your community, and we hope to see you soon again. Next, I'm going to go to Jade Begay, who's with the Indian Collective. She's a climate justice coordinator and also sits on the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. And I just have a question, Jade. As you have been here in these past week with Indian Collective and with the Indigenous Pavilion, what are you seeing as far as the role of traditional ecological knowledge or traditional knowledge in policies that can shape here the climate change discussions and strengthen Indigenous knowledge and policy?
Thank you, Sis. Speaking of traditional knowledge systems, Wahila and I are actually sisters in our clanship way in the Dene clanship system. So I want to actually start by highlighting a couple things that Dr. Kyle White shared. He said, Indigenous knowledge holders are offering solutions based on values of reciprocity, consent, and responsibility. And those are values that our policymakers need to also hold when they are making climate plans,
they are designing climate actions, and then when of course when they're making and designing policies, developing policies that impact all of our lives. And so, yeah, just thinking in the context of where we are at COP27 and how there are so many policies, negotiations happening right now without the consent of our people, without the consent of Chief Ninawa's people, just bringing it back home to the U.S. context. On Friday, President Biden announced an array of initiatives that the U.S. is going to launch here at the COP and beyond, one of which is a mechanism, a finance mechanism called the People's Finance Access Facility. And this mechanism is going to enable Indigenous peoples to have more stewardship of their lands and territories, advancing traditional ecological knowledge. However, I mean, it sounds really great, and it is. It's a great idea. However, the process, so the resources right now are going to be moving through a non-native-led financial institution, through Conservation International. And this organization has a very deeply problematic relationship with Indigenous communities across the world. And so when we're talking about consent, when we're talking about upholding Indigenous consultation, we need to manage the resources that are meant for our communities and have say and direction around how those resources are moved and how those resources are directed into our communities. So just on that one piece that was announced on Friday, there are institutions and organizations like Endian Collective, other Native-led CDFIs that could be stewarding those funds and making sure that those resources reach communities like mine or communities like Chief Ninawa's. Another thing that Kyle said was nation states need to remove all barriers that stop Indigenous traditional ecological knowledge from having the leading roles Indigenous peoples have always intended it to have. And so in many ways, to me, that translates to stop emissions at the source, stop extraction on our lands. And right now we're seeing this big conversation here at COP around loss and damages. It's a huge topic. It's a huge key negotiation point. And for this area of negotiations, we're asking that Indigenous representatives be on all committees, all boards, all expert groups, discussing the development of financial mechanisms pertaining to loss and damages and climate financing, or the Santiago network, getting real wonky there with all the terminology, but it is wonky, and it's meant to be wonky to keep it separate from us and keep it really confusing. So not only do we need to advise and work with, in collaboration, governments on the development of all these mechanisms, we need policymakers, to be integrating the non-economic losses, such as traditional ecological knowledge, into their development of climate policies. And again, this means really actualizing how we stop losses at the source. So we can think of, right now, a big issue we're anticipating in our homelands, in our various homelands, is the expansion of mineral extraction, critical minerals, for all the renewables that we're going to be using, right, in this pathway to this green revolution of clean energy. And right now I'm seeing in the Sonoran Desert, lithium mining expansion that threatens water systems, aquifers in the Sonoran Desert. We're seeing in Alaska mines being pushed through, threatening salmon habitat up there. And so just bringing it back to the question of what can policymakers do to honor traditional ecological knowledge, we need to move beyond just consultation. We need to integrate consent and really center Indigenous rights into all policy making. Earlier this week, I was in a meeting with the White House climate advisor, Ali Zaidi, and something that was mentioned was that the government is going to make it he talked about this concept of irresistible economics, that the government is going to make it really attractive for business and the private sector to build in a clean way. And that's awesome. I am on board with that. However, my challenge to him and my challenge to policymakers is how do we make it irresistible to center Indigenous rights? How do we make that a core value in our work in policymaking?
Thank you, Jade, sis. Yeah, it's been just a little bit about the meetings here, and even for me, coming from a community, I actually lived 2 miles from one of the biggest coal strip mines for over 50 years, and had seen a lot of the impact. And this provided power for the entire West. So, the rights of Indigenous peoples, all the work that Hindu and so many have been doing for many years to just that recognition. And we just also want to acknowledge there's a lot of places globally that still don't have recognition. And that's a big problem. And so just want to echo what Jade has spoke to, and what I'm feeling is that this panel here and many Indigenous peoples have a lot to offer. And if given the opportunity to be at a space in decision-making policy, decision-making efforts at COP and beyond. And so I know that's a huge value, and that's something I learned, is that if we have our rights recognized as caretakers of the land. I look at my grandmother. She doesn't speak English, but she was our lawyer. She was our scientist. She was everything that taught us that we look up to, I guess, in different value systems, through academia and globally. But she was the one that we look to for guidance. And so I just want to mention that, and I really am appreciative that many of you traveled so far, and I want to go to Dr. Shirley next, who's from Canada, and would love to hear more about what you're working on and how you see this conference and the inclusion of the rights of Indigenous peoples, but also our traditional knowledge in policy making.
Thanks so much. I am a non-Indigenous settler woman from Canada, and so I have to say it's such an honor to be on stage here with you. It really is. I'm from Canada. I live on Treaty 6 territory, and I specifically live on Papastu lands. I'm here today as one of the IPCC lead authors. I was lead author on 2 reports, the special report on oceans and cryosphere, and also AR6 Working Group 2's report on impacts and adaptation. And so if these IPCC reports are supposed to underpin some of the negotiations that are happening here at COP, they provide the science that the negotiators are basing their decisions on, then those reports have to include Indigenous knowledge as a source of evidence. And so in the 6th assessment cycle, we tried to improve that compared to the last cycle. Of course, we still have a ways to go, but here are some of the things that we did. So in the special report on oceans and cryosphere, we talked about Indigenous knowledge specifically and the role that it plays in these assessments. We acknowledged that Indigenous knowledge can stand alone. It doesn't have to be a complement to Western science. It doesn't have to be validated by Western science. It can stand on its own to help us understand climate change, to help us understand how to better respond to climate change, and to also govern climate change. Then in the working group 2 report on impacts and adaptations, we try to advance that and we try to outline how we can mobilize some of those things. And really it all centered around Indigenous self-determination in research, Indigenous self-determination in the assessment process itself, Indigenous self-determination in climate change governance, that it has to be led by and for Indigenous people. And so, you know, we tried to do that in a couple of different ways. The first way was to make sure that Indigenous contributing authors were the ones to conduct the climate change assessment related to Indigenous peoples and to Indigenous knowledge. And so, for example, Dr. Kyle White for the North American chapter actually brought a group of Indigenous people together to lead that assessment process. The other thing that I think is important to highlight is that in the summary for policymakers, it explicitly acknowledges the role of colonialism in climate change impacts, that it drives climate change impacts, and also that it hinders our ability to respond. The other thing that we explicitly acknowledge for the very first time in IPCC history is the role of Indigenous rights in responding to climate change. So we still have a ways to go. I think that we, you know, like moved forward a little bit, we advanced, but we still have a long way to go. And I think that needs to start now. If we wait until the 7th assessment cycle that starts this summer, then we're already too late. We need to start working with Indigenous peoples now. We need to start recruiting Indigenous lead authors so that I'm not up here on the stage talking about this, so it's an Indigenous author on the stage talking about this sort of thing. And we also need to figure out ways to reduce barriers to including Indigenous knowledge in the reports. And that's a tricky process because, you know, the IPCC has rules that we're supposed to be citing peer-reviewed academic literature, which means that we're missing a lot of really important Indigenous knowledge and wisdom in those reports. Yeah, I think we took an important step forward, but we still have a long way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. So next we're going to go, I don't know if there's questions from the audience to some of the panelists. I think we have room for one question. Anyone have a question? Yep.
Thank you, everyone, for this wonderful panel and all of the speakers today. I learned a lot. My question is for Chief Ninawa. In your talk, you mentioned a little bit about extinction. And I think that's quite a powerful statement that you made about slow extinction, extinction in slow motion. Could you expand on that a little bit?
Bom, muito agradecido pela pergunta.
Thank you for the question.
Do nosso entendimento, a modelo que nós estamos chamando a Casa de Modernização,
So in our understanding, the House of Modernity,
são essas propostas, esses novos modelos que são colocados de preservação, de cuidar das pessoas, criado principalmente pelos governos, com orientação das companhias que são predatórias, das mesmas que estão destruindo.
so we call the House of Modernity the models that are offered for mitigation and adaptation that are created by governments together with corporations.
Cada compromisso desse assinado, por exemplo, no Brasil, é um exemplo da América do Sul, no Brasil foi modificado o Código Florestal, que esse Código Florestal, ele restringe a vida das pequenas comunidades e libera para que os latifundiários possam desmatar em grande quantidade.
So these kinds of agreements between corporations and governments, they change policy at a federal level. For example, in Brazil, where the deforestation code has been altered in order to give land grabbers more license and access to dispossess indigenous communities and to affect the lives of traditional communities.
Então, através dessa legislação que são aprovadas, elas vão dando liberdade para que a destruição ela vá seguindo em quantidades grandes, enquanto nessa destruição, várias espécies não humanas, ela está indo em extinção. Mas também, dando um exemplo real da minha comunidade, esse ano teve uma queimada tão grande que a fumaça, né, dizer assim, ela causa grande problema respiratório para as crianças, para as mulheres, que são as pessoas mais afetadas, e os anciãos que são mais afetados dentro da comunidade.
So in this model of promoting the continuation of business as usual, we are putting ourselves at risk because we tend to think about extinction, just the extinction of the animals, but we as humans are also subject to this extinction. In my community, the smoke of the fires, for example, are bringing new diseases to the children and to the community. So that's what I meant.
E eu estou dando um exemplo, mas é importante a gente saber que tudo isso acontece, não é só dentro das comunidades indígenas e na zona rural, acontece dentro da cidade também. Então, esse massacre, por isso que ele é em massa, ele vai levar à extinção não só o ser humano, como também os não humanos, de maneira devagar, principalmente com esses acordos que são feitos.
So what I'm talking about is that this doesn't only happen in the communities, in rural communities, it happens in the cities, and we are all suffering the results of these agreements that continue business as usual and that are killing us in mass, but in slow motion.
E aí não é só um exemplo da floresta, mas isso quando você aumenta, por exemplo, acelera a questão da energia, enfim, da tecnologia, várias inovações que são feitas, né, na ideia de tentar resolver o problema, tem contribuído para aumentar mais o problema. Então isso é como um câncer, que aos poucos vai destruindo o nosso planeta, é como o nosso corpo, por exemplo.
So when we accelerate programs like that, we also accelerate the problem, like a cancer that starts to destroy our bodies in slow motion.
Thank you, Chief Nanawa. We are out of time, and just want to give my appreciation to you and to you, all of you on the panel, but also to Hindu and others for sharing your work and your voice. And we hope that all of you can join the Indigenous Pavilion. There's a number of events that are happening throughout the day and this week. And then again, Indigenous peoples' lands and territories hold 80% of the biodiversity globally. And if we really want to support the decarbonization, the reduction of emissions, we need to be centering Indigenous peoples and investing in communities directly. And I've seen this in our communities in the United States. Huge impact if we just make that investment and really include them at the table. So that's something I really appreciate, those voices and knowledge that you shared today. So thank you.
Thank you so much to our panel, and thank you to the audience. Next event we have here at the U.S. Center is at 10:30, and that will be on translating ambition into ocean and climate action. Thank you. Test. This event will be starting in 5 minutes, so start to take your seats, please. Thank you. 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in 2 minutes, so please take your seats. Thank you. Please take your seats. We are now beginning. Welcome to Translating Ambition into Ocean and Climate Action, Perspectives from the Ocean panel. And now it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry.
God, I feel like I'm at a convention or something. Music and everything. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Great friends here. Welcome to the U.S. Center. And I'm really happy to be here today for the simple reason that, as a number of the ministers know, good friends of mine, the oceans are near and dear to my heart as a son of Massachusetts and our great Cape, and I was raised near the ocean and dipped my toes in the water as a young kid and loved it ever since. But as you all know, our oceans are not just this vast 3/4 coverage of our planet, which is called Earth, but 3/4 of the planet is ocean. And the oceans are integral to life itself. 50% of our oxygen comes from the ocean. The ocean right now is consuming 90% of the heat of the planet. And the chemistry of the ocean is changing faster now than it has in millions of years. And we should care about that, because a higher level of acidity in the ocean, which comes from the particulates that come from the way we power our homes and houses and drive our cars, falls into the ocean, immerses in the ocean, and it changes everything, because it's an ecosystem, not just a massive body of water. It's an ecosystem. And a system, by definition, means each part is connected to the other. Everything works as part of itself. So our oceans are threatened. They're threatened by pollution. They're threatened by overfishing. They're threatened by higher acidity, threatened by development that is reckless in many places, and threatened by a lawlessness, because we still do not have a high seas treaty that is supposed to regulate how we respect and deal with the ocean. So I'm really delighted to be here this morning. We have a number of ministers here who are among the most active and caring regarding the ocean. And I have said this many times before. It's beginning to become something people repeat and know, but I'm going to keep saying it till the cows come home, because it's critical. If the oceans and shipping particularly, if the shipping on the oceans was a country, it would be the 8th largest emitter of greenhouse gases. So I'm really happy about the panel here today, because it's a top-level, knowledgeable, expert panel. Delighted to have my friend Espen Eide from Norway, who is part of it, Minister Bowen, Chris Bowen of Australia, and he is really doing an incredible job of demonstrating the difference an election makes, because the government of Australia has stepped up in remarkable ways, and we're pleased with that. Minister Claesen of Namibia, thank you so much for being here and being part of it. I think Zach is here, yeah. Minister Goldsmith of the United Kingdom, who's a leader on forests and on all things ecosystem. And finally, Ambassador Prasad of Fiji, thank you so much for being here, and Director Cordano of Chile. So you have a great panel of people, and I'm thrilled to be here as introducing these ocean champions, and they are. So the other thing that happens on the ocean is an extraordinary amount of the commerce of our nations. And that comes from ships plying on the surface of the ocean. It also comes from the remarkable fish stocks which billions of people around the planet rely on for protein Every single year it feeds a lot of the world. And now, happily, major companies like Maersk, which is one of the largest container shippers in the world, has committed that 8 of its ships that they buy, build, or lease will be carbon-free, completely carbon-free. And I'm pleased to tell you that within a year, they're actually at 19 ships that are now carbon-free and growing. So there are all kinds of things that we can do to protect and restore blue carbon ecosystems, which is essential. I just share a couple very quickly that we've engaged in. First of all, with Norway, we launched the Green Shipping Challenge just last week. And we saw more than 40 major announcements on issues such as producing zero-emission fuels, investing in zero-emission ships, as I just mentioned, and creating green shipping corridors, where from start to finish, it's going to be green. Every activity in the port that prepares those ships, takes care of them, does maintenance, fuels them, green. Every aspect of their journey, including port stops and ports where they go as final destination, are going to start now to become green. At home, we have goals to deploy 30 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030 and 15 gigawatts of floating at sea wind by 2035. We've also a goal to protect 30% of U.S. waters by 2030. And we invite everybody here, particularly the countries, to become part of this ocean conservation pledge, to commit to conserve or protect at least 30% of the ocean waters that are under your jurisdiction. We're also working to keep the 1.5 degrees goal within reach. Why is it so critical to the oceans? Because you can't keep the oceans. You cannot keep the oceans on the targets that we've set unless we hold at 1.5 degrees. If you blow through 1.5 degrees, folks, you don't just look at temperatures of 2.5, 2.7, or over 3. You also make it absolutely impossible to be able to save the coral reefs or end the melting that's taking place in the Arctic, which then means meters of sea level rise in this century alone, and over several hundreds of years, you lose the sheet altogether, and you're talking about multiples of sea level rise. Our efforts also include provisions to create a sustainable blue economy, including through provisions that advance offshore wind, greener ports, and conservation of coastal and marine habitats. There's so much poetry written about the ocean. In the Iliad, Ulysses says that the ocean is the source of all. And if you think back about your biology and your chemistry and your physics, we know the criticality of the ocean to life itself. It's where so much of it has come from. So if you're going to respect this planet we live on, if you're going to respect the laws of nature as well as the laws of physics and mathematics, we need to get this job done. And I am so grateful to each of our panelists who literally are the planet's best champions of these initiatives. So join me in welcoming them. And Eliza, the floor is yours. You're going to run the show. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to welcome to the stage our panel. First, our moderator, Eliza Northrup, Secretariat to the Ocean Panel. Then Minister Espen Eide, Minister of Climate and Environment of Norway. Minister Derek Claesen, Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources of Namibia. Lord Zach Goldsmith, Minister for the Commonwealth and UK Overseas Territories and International Environment, Climate, Forests and Energy of the United Kingdom. Ambassador Satendra Prasad, Permanent Mission of Fiji to the United Nations. Ambassador Julio Cordano, Director of Environment, Climate Change and Oceans of Chile. And finally, Minister Chris Bowen, Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Australia. Give them a round of applause.
Welcome and good morning, everyone. What a way to kick off this event. A special thank you to the US, not only for their ambition in this space, but for hosting this discussion here this morning. We have a really incredible panel. Joining me this morning are 6 other members of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. For those of you that are not aware, the Ocean Panel is a really unique initiative over the last 4 years, co-chaired by Norway and Palau, bringing together 17 current serving heads of government and state committed to transforming their economies into sustainable ocean economies. And notably, each of these governments have made the commitment to pursue 100% management of their national waters sustainably, which is a tremendous effort. And you can't have a sustainable ocean economy without ambitious climate action. The two really go hand in hand, and that's what we're here to talk about today. How ocean-based climate solutions, such as decarbonising ocean industries, shipping, as Secretary Kerry mentioned, transitioning our energy system, utilising biodiversity and natural climate solutions, can really be a cornerstone of not only a sustainable ocean economy, but really global climate action in general. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to our panel and get straight into to some questions. So Minister Ida, I'll turn to you first. Secretary Kerry mentioned this a little bit, but Norway, together with the United States, and I think 6 other members of the Ocean Panel launched the Green Shipping Challenge last week. Can you go into a little bit more detail about this challenge, why it's so critical, why now, how it's working with other initiatives, and really how you believe it can unlock progress in this critical sector?
Thank you very much. It's great to be here in this debate. Let me speak a few words about that, because we launched the Green Shipping Challenge with the US last week. A lot of good announcements came out. And the idea is this is both part of the blue ocean economy work and of the general decarbonization work, because shipping, particularly deep sea, long distance shipping, has been seen as one of the hard to abate sectors. But we think it can be done. You can actually transition to electricity on short haul, hydrogen, and mid-size, maybe ammonia in long distance shipping. But in order to do so, you need fundamentally 2 things. You need the ships, of course, that are built, constructed, or retrofitted for this kind of fuel. But you also need the supply in the harbors that you sail from and the harbors you're going to sail to. And here comes the corridor idea, which builds further on the Clydebank Declaration from last year, from Glasgow, where countries agree to commit themselves to make sure to produce and distribute the fuel, and also to invest and support the development of the technology to use this kind of clean fuel. And the good news about the ocean is that as long as you take the emissions out of shipping itself, the infrastructure is there for free, because the ocean is there to sail on, right? So you don't need to build a road or a railway. You just need the port, the harbor. The rest is what's happening in the actual transport. So this is a very serious, dedicated effort to decarbonize shipping. And our goal is that shipping shall be decarbonized by 2050. It sounds like quite an ambition, but it's actually doable. And in some countries, including my own, the shipping companies are already dedicate themselves not to purchase fossil-driven ships any longer. They will only purchase dual-use ships in order to transition early to this new pattern. It's part of a bigger picture, but it's good to highlight that itself. And then we'll come back later to the more sort of biological parts of the ocean management.
Thank you. I do think the public-private partnership elements of the shipping challenge and this particular green shipping challenge is particularly exciting. Yeah. We'll come back to that in a moment, but I'm going to turn now to Minister Bowen. Australia has also joined the Green Shipping Challenge. I'd love to hear about Australia's commitment and really how you see shipping decarbonisation, the creation of green corridors, as really fitting into Australia's long-term, decarbonisation and sustainable ocean industries plans for the future.
Sure, thank you. And yes, we're very pleased to join the challenge. It's very important to us. We're the world's largest island. We're a long way from many places, and 99% of our trade by volume comes to us by ship. So this is very important for us in terms of our decarbonisation. I'd say we think about it in two ways. Domestically, like many of us, we have a green hydrogen strategy or national hydrogen strategy, which is important for our heavy industry, but also when you look at our hydrogen hubs, which we've designated, there's a pretty strong correlation to our major ports, our trading ports, and we've done that deliberately because we see this, while it's got several years ahead of it in terms of development, the transition to green hydrogen for shipping is very, very important, and hence we're focusing our efforts on our port areas as well as our industrial areas. And also in terms of international engagement, not only the Green Shipping Challenge and the Zero Emissions Shipping Initiative, but recently our Prime Minister signed a green economy agreement with Singapore. Of all the international agreements we have, and we have many, like all of us, this is probably the most comprehensive. It's a green economy agreement, and shipping is a key part of it. Most of our shipping comes through Singapore. One of the key elements we'll be looking at is green shipping corridors with Singapore and other partners in due course, like Indonesia. And also, we've got a $30 million initiative with Singapore looking at green shipping corridors and zero-emission shipping fuels into the future. So it's a heavy part of our domestic agenda and our international engagement as well.
Wonderful. And I know you might have to leave early, so I'll just do a quick plug to also say, Australia is really starting to move into ocean-based renewable energy, just opening up offshore, and really exciting to see how synergies between that and the production of alternative fuels can be.
Absolutely. We're the world's largest island with 60,000 kilometres of coastline. We have no offshore wind. That is changing under the new government.
Very exciting. Thank you, Minister. So turning now to Minister Klassen from Namibia, stepping away from shipping and renewable energy for a moment and sort of looking at the other aspects of the ocean climate solutions. Food security, increasingly important topic on everyone's agendas, particularly after the latest IPCC report. Many countries have included national targets and initiatives regarding, improving the resilience of their fisheries sector, reducing emissions from that sector in their NDCs and long-term strategies. How is Namibia improving their resilience, and how are you sort of looking at integrating this really important sector into your sustainable ocean economy plans?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And good morning, Your Excellencies, Ministers, and everybody present here. It's wonderful to be here, and thank you for the invitation. Namibia is a country that is governed by laws, and since after our independence, we put a lot of new laws by virtue of acts of parliament in place. And our aquatic and living resources, these are regulated by the Marine Resource Act, and that was promulgated in 2000. And then in 2002, we also include the Aquaculture Act. So by virtue of that, you can already see that we have laws in place. Namibia invests heavily in the fishing research. For the past 5 years, we invested around about 10 million US dollars. And this has also then paved the way for us to allow our total allowable catch for the year. Now, I must pause here a minute to explain. We have different species that can be harvested in our country. And each of that species, through research that's being done, is then allow a total allowable catch for the year. And then that cannot be carried over to the next year. And then the next year, again, research is being done. And then the allowable catch is then being determined. Also, in the same vein, I must mention that if you have one species to catch and you catch byproducts, other species, you are being penalized for that. Also, we are looking into very serious the type of nets, the mesh sizes you are using, and what is allowed for you to be used. Now, let's also ensure that the fight against illegal, unregulated, and unreported IUU, the well-known dreadful word IUU, is being monitored. And I can say that this is a global problem. And in Namibia, we have really intensified IUU nowadays in order to improve ocean governance. As I have said, that all landings, both targeted and bycatches, incidental, are monitored according to the regulations and manage measures such as the mesh sizes of the nets. Here I must mention also, we have, especially for certain fish types, we have a season in place. So you are only allowed to catch, say, from December up to June, and then again another species is maybe from January up, and then during the month of October we close, and that is to sustain our fish and to give them chance to grow. On the hake fisheries, there has been conditionally certified by the Marine Stewards Sub-Council, and a rebuilding time frame had been developed in order to bring the stock to its biological sustainability in the shortest time possible. A new project on seafood loss and waste by the Friends of the Ocean Action is currently being investigated in order to reduce seafood loss and waste and move to a 100% fish concept, where all fish caught in the Namibian fisheries shall be used to maximize socio-economic benefit, in line with the Ocean Panel's headline commitment of 100% ocean management. Namibia is currently finalizing legislation on the 200-meter isobath, no trawling, no long lining zone for the protection of breeding of juvenile fish as well as biodiversity hotspots. This is expected to increase the percentage of marine protected area, MPA, in our waters. Now here I must mention Mr. Derek Claassen, Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources, which is yours truly, is not very popular in my country because of the 200 meters. People believe that inside in the 200 meters, the real fish is there, but we need to protect the fish and the growth of the fish, especially the juveniles. That's why we don't allow fishing inside. And if you are caught, you are being arrested and you are being punished. And that is we need to, if we want to look after our future generation, then we need to protect the fish inside in the 200-meter isobath. And I'm doing an urge on other countries to follow suit, because this is the only way we can do it, you know. And I'm always, the fishing industry is always telling me, yeah, in that country they do this, in that country they do this, so why are we being punished in Namibia? I said, this is, and we are going to make it a law. We are going to gazette it. It's currently only a managing tool for the Ministry of Fisheries, and that is what they hold against me, you know. See, it's not a law, it's not an act. Come on, let's get there. We don't get fish, let's go in. But no, I said no. Namibia cooperates with Angola, South Africa, in the BCC, that's the Benguela Current Commission. And this is also a very important tool for the maritime research activities and management of the Benguela Current Commission, and then the Benguela Current Large Marine Ecosystem, BCLME. Equally, Namibia is a member of the International Regional Fisheries Management Organization, RFMO. So this is all the organizations Namibia belongs to, and this is how we learn and how we protect our ocean. I'm almost done. The Southeast Atlantic Fisheries Organization, SIFU, the International Commission for Conservation of Atlantic Tunas, and Commission for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Long Resources. All this is where Namibia, and this is how we preserve our fish. Namibia continue to apply precautionary approach to seabed mining. This is also another very topic that is very topical, you know, seabed mining. In order to safeguard ecological sustainability, seabed mining goes against restoration of marine ecosystem causes. It causes destruction of important habitats and destroys organisms that are critical to carbon sequestration. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klassen, particularly for bringing fisheries back into the discussion of a sustainable ocean economy. So turning now to Lord Goldsmith and coming back to some of the other ocean industries, looking at ocean-based renewable energy. The UK has long been a world leader in offshore renewable energy, particularly in creating an enabling environment necessary to bring private sector in as partners and investment. Can you talk about why this sector is a priority for the UK and how the UK has really utilised partnerships and collaboration with the private sector to advance ambition?
Well, thank you so much. And I'm not going to repeat any of the case because I think Secretary Kerry put it perfectly. So I'm not going to add anything. And I think we're coming to the, as Espen put it, the biological component of the ocean, which is overwhelmingly important. But I'm going to come to that afterwards as well. So like Norway, US and others, we're part of the Green Shipping Challenge. We're working on, I believe, 5 corridors, and working very closely with our friends there. But you asked specifically about renewable energy. There too, the ocean plays an increasingly important role. So for the UK, the focus has been on offshore wind. And I remember not that long ago, just a few years ago, in government, looking at the internal assessments of how much it was going to cost to have offshore, how soon we'd be able to rely on the market without subsidies, without taxpayer subsidies. And the number that was being used, the date that was being used at the time, was something like 2042, 2043, I mean, a long way off. But we thought, you know, we can pump prime this market, we can get things going, it obviously has a future. And as with so many other areas in relation to climate politics, specifically in relation to the energy transition, the market is miles ahead of the politics. And we are on the cusp now of offshore wind in the UK breaking even, which is amazing given what year we're in, 2022. And the price, just to put it in context, has come down, the cost has come down by around 70% since 2015. So the market is powering ahead. We've seen the same with solar, of course. We're not here to talk about solar. But solar's come down 90% since the banking crisis. The market is just rushing ahead. It's why I'm optimistic that the energy transition is going to happen, whatever politicians want to see happen. The market is just racing ahead. But the gap remains nature, because that can only be resolved. You can't just leave it to the market. It requires active intervention of the sort which I hope we're going to be able to talk about just in a few moments. And the last point, just to tell you how far we've got with offshore wind in the UK, it is theoretically possible that we could produce enough energy from offshore to power every single home in the UK. We know that the technology allows that. We know it's possible. Today we have 13.1 gigawatts, which is enough to power nearly 10 million homes. So this is a significant part of our energy story in the UK, and I think it is a real success story, particularly given all the pessimists just a few years ago. I'll stop there and wait for the next part about nature.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're going to get to some of these synergies and intersections next. Before we do, Ambassador Prasad, coming briefly to you, Fiji was really one of the very first countries a few years ago to announce an ambitious national target for the decarbonisation of marine transport, and really following an innovative model of the Blue Shipping Partnership with other Pacific nations, Marshall Islands, Solomon Islands, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, committed to 40% reduction by 2030. Can you explain the ambition of the partnership and really how it fits in with the much broader goals of the Pacific?
Thanks, Eliza, and to fellow panelists and ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. So, before I come to the Pacific Blue Shipping Partnership, let me make two sort of framing remarks. First, for Fiji and the Pacific, there is no future for the ocean that we can contemplate that is beyond 1.5 Celsius. It simply does not work. Neither the maths nor the science of it, none of that works. And why should it matter? The ocean should matter to all of us personally. Everything you are wearing right now, or the cameras, or the mobile phones, the components, they have all traveled across the Blue Pacific to reach you. That's one part. So prosperity of Asia and the Americas rests on oceans continuing to play this function to global trade. Beyond that, probably the tuna sandwich you had yesterday came from Pacific. Legally or illegally, I'm not so sure. But it is a service that it provides to humanity. And the third and the most fundamental one, every second breath that you take comes from the ocean. Every third breath that humanity takes comes from the Blue Pacific, the world's largest continent, the Blue Pacific continent, of which Fiji is a part. So 1.5 is so crucial for the ocean to continue to provide these services. Secretary Kerry, in framing, had said about the contributions of shipping. Fiji's innovations in shipping is part of an overall package of 100% protection of its 1.2 million square miles of ocean, and highly protected 30%, including its declaration of a moratorium on seabed mining, and which includes oil and gas, and the Blue Shipping Partnership that Fiji, together with Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and Marshall Islands and Solomon Islands have proposed. We think in the approximate ballpark figure of about 5 million is a forward-looking and far-reaching, some might say ambitious commitment for small states who are severely challenged to make. This includes tourism shipping, it includes trade shipping and inter-island shipping. These are countries with many islands internally, so people need to take ships to move between them. We look forward to some of the fantastic innovations in UK and Australia and our other partners that we will be able to lean into technology solutions that are already coming on board, as well as the economics of green shipping coming out right. So it's a big, bold move that small states of the Pacific have made. It is an extension of our commitment to preserving ocean and its biodiversity. And on the strength of a commitment like this, the Pacific also asked the world to deliver on two pieces. One, stay within 1.5. There is no future for all of us outside of 1.5. And two, the technology solutions are on tap. The technical solutions are on tap. The missing parts of the solutions package is the financing part. Deliver on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think incredible to see what, the Pacific Blue Shipping Partnership really demonstrates the power of countries working together to achieve some of these goals. Thank you for that. So to dive into some of the other aspects, Minister Ada, I'm going to come to you first and then down to Lord Goldsmith. How can ocean climate solutions really be a foundational element of this concept of a sustainable ocean economy as envisaged by the panel?
So, just to build further on what we heard from our colleague from Fiji, is that the ocean, we simply all depend on success in our ocean work, because as Secretary Kerry was hinting at, the ocean is actually the mother of all ecosystems. It's where life came from. And our life and life on land still depends on a healthy ocean. But we have not been treating our mother very well, to put it that way. We have been dumping waste and pollution and CO2 into the ocean. We had a kind of out of sight, out of mind approach, because the surface still looks nice, but what's below has really changed. The atmosphere would have been much warmer if it wasn't for the ocean capturing most of our emissions. But that was not, so thank you, ocean. But that did not come for free, because that has led to acidification, oxygen loss, to heating, to ocean rising, to habitat loss. There's a whole variety of problems that are directly caused by the climate crisis itself in the ocean. on top of all the waste and pollution which we also have dumped into the ocean. It's really, really serious. And despite of this planet, which is called Earth, is largely ocean, SDG 14, which is the sort of clean ocean development goal, is the least funded of all. So we really need to step up on our work to preserve and protect our oceans. And the countries assembled here agree on a 30 by 30 plan for protection of 30% of ocean and land by 2030, which also comes up in the next COP, which is COP15 in Montreal. But not only that, we also say that the rest has to be sustainably managed. We want 100% sustainable use of what is not protected from use. So that's actually as important as the protection part. And in order to do so, we need sustainable ocean plans. Norway has 2 million square kilometers of ocean. That's 7 times more ocean than land, actually. So we're very much an ocean nation. We have developed over 20 years now a system of sustainable ocean plans, which is one of the inspirations, actually, of the Ocean Panel, because it says there's a lot of good things we want to do in the ocean. We want to sail, we want to fish, we want to develop renewable energy, wind farms, and so on, carbon capture and storage under the seabed. But these things have to be regulated, so we need to deconflict between sectors, but also between activity and ecosystem. And this is really something we promote in all areas that under some form of national jurisdiction, territorial waters, economic zones, or continental shelf, but also, of course, in the very important work on the high seas, on the BBNJ, where we expect quite very important decisive meetings just after Christmas on how to deal with those ocean parts of the oceans which are not in anybody's jurisdiction that we have to manage together. So a sound biological understanding of the importance of a healthy ocean is very instrumental to the work of the Ocean Panel, and we hope to invite as many as possible to take part in this work in all, whether it's in the climate work that we do at COP17, or whether it's the nature and biodiversity work that we're doing in Montreal in a month from now.
Thank you so much, and that's the perfect segue, I think. You mentioned COP15 and at the CBD in a few weeks' time. Historically, climate, biodiversity not really coming together, particularly ocean industries, not really being part of the biodiversity discussion. But Lord Goldsmith, very interested to sort of hear from you on the synergies that we're starting to see come out and the innovation to really ensure that this narrative of production and protection leading to prosperity, what are you seeing?
Thank you so much. I mean, first, it's an obvious point, but there is no solution to climate without nature. I mean, there just isn't. Any net zero plan by any business or any country that does not include nature is not a credible plan. It's worth very little. And that's true of land, but it's mangroves and so on. But it's also true, for all the reasons you've already heard, of the ocean. So these issues are naturally coming together. COP27 is a step to the CBD COP15 in Montreal, which is a step to the UAE COP28 next year. And these things must be seamless. And we know, just going to the point of our friend from Namibia, marine protected areas work. They work to restore ecosystems with immediate climate benefits, immediate biodiversity benefits. Hello? 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 Yes, brilliant, thank you. We've known that forever. I mean, in World War II, when fishing became impossible in huge areas of the Atlantic, fish stocks came back within 3 years, and the fishermen suddenly had opportunities to do things they were never able to do. So MPAs work. We have nearly 40% of our waters domestically protected. They're not nearly protected enough, is the truth, but we are now introducing highly protected areas within that. We have, through our overseas territories, we protect an area completely of around 4 million square kilometers, bigger than the size of India, some of the most biodiverse jewels of the world. We're, like Espen and others on this panel, we're very much involved in the 30 by 30 campaign. We founded the Global Ocean Alliance. Between that and the High Ambition Coalition, there are 125 countries committed to getting 30 by 30 over the line at CBD COP in Montreal. And we have our funding mechanism. The ambassador mentioned finance, and he's right, that's the gap. So we do have a Blue Planet fund worth £500 million. It's relatively new, so we are serious about this, but even so, it's not enough. The gap is huge. And while we do need governments to step up with more direct finance, I think we also need to look at some of the more innovative solutions pioneered by countries like Fiji. The Blue Bond, I know you'll probably talk about that. But Fiji's Blue Bond is something that's replicable. It could be used by any small island state across the world. I think it's fantastic what they're doing. You've got the debt swaps that Belize is famous for. Ecuador is effectively, rearranging their debt, generating almost free money, creating an endowment with which they're able to pay for marine protection all across Ecuador. So there are lots of these mechanisms emerging, and we should really try to take the best ones and roll them out. And the UK is really looking for opportunities to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If we can pick up a little bit of that finance theme, Ambassador Prasada, I don't know if you want to share some of Fiji's plans and aspirations in this space around the Blue Bond or other mechanisms you're using, particularly in the blue carbon and natural climate solutions space, to tap into some of those innovative finance sources.
Thank you very much. So we are working with our partners, including UK and New Zealand and Australia. We are taking a range of forward-looking and innovative approaches. Lord Goldsmith spoke about Fiji's first Blue Bond, which we shared a lot of details about its framework. This is something that we are hoping to bring to the market with small grant contributions from UK and getting the private investment funds excited in mangrove restoration, in waste management, in coral reef protection. And we hope and we are quite convinced that it provides a solid platform to take forward some of our sustainable blue economy ambitions in a fiscally stressed context at relatively low cost to ourselves and not a great amount of exposure to our debt. Along with that, we are innovating in other areas. This builds on our recent green bond a couple of years back. But to take forward the whole scope and scale of our blue economy ambition, we will need to be working with larger grant financing from philanthropic and our development partners, working with the private investment funds and working with the private sector generally to be able to undertake the type of the next generation of sustainable blue economy investments, such as the blue shipping that I described, which is in the order of 500 million, and that is sort of much larger step up. So this is entirely possible. The international environment is ready for this. And my last point, just to pick up on Lord Goldsmith's point, is that we are demonstrating that private sector-led investments in ocean protection is possible. We want to move that into biodiversity, terrestrial biodiversity and forestry as our next step. That countries, we are of course large oceanic state, that we need to be taking similar action on all areas, on forest, on land-based, in the oceans, and that taking action on one and losing it on the other is like negating it, that all parts of the puzzle need to be brought together, and certainly it will also be our expectation that COP28 stitches the whole piece, the nature, oceans, biodiversity piece together and mainframes it into the way we discuss and take action, we discuss climate action and sustainability going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. In the time that we have left, I'm hoping that we can go a couple of minutes over, given that we started late. But Minister Clausen, I'd like to come back to you and pick up on some of, again, these themes of implementation, of translating ambition. Namibia has a very ambitious NDC and includes a number of ambitious targets or initiatives across the ocean economy. I think renewable energy is one of them, ocean renewable energy. how can sort of the international finance community really help countries in Africa and Namibia turn this ambition into reality over the next couple of years? And, what would we like to see out of next year's COP to help move this implementation agenda even further?
Thank you so much. The time. In my country, I'm faced with serious challenges, especially our pilchards, which was abundant in previous years, it has disappeared. Our horse mackerels, a specific type of fish, it have been reduced through the studies that we have done. But to go on to finance and the implementation of strategies, this requires finance. Now, Namibia, as with other developed nations, needs increased investments in areas that contributes to ocean-based climate solutions such as renewable energy. Namibia therefore feels that the Ocean Panel needs to be marketing the investments in ocean-based solutions at international fora. Namibia focus of scaling up of the levels of climate financing as well as carbon market systems. We also call on developed countries to provide the means of implementation and support the effective implementation and enhancement of national determined contributions. If you allow me, I just have some 2-3 points. As part of the Ocean Panel's transformation document, Namibia has identified and prioritized the critical areas, namely ocean health, ocean wealth, and ocean equity, and the corresponding themes for implementation. Therefore, Namibia is now focusing on the finalization of our blue economy policy and development of the sustainable global plans. Equally, Namibia has embarked on a national green hydrogen effort in order to harness cleaner sources of energy, including wind power generation in Lorenzoni. I must say, my president, Dr. Hage Godfrey Geinkop, he's a champion of the green hydrogen, and wherever he's going, he's promoting the green hydrogen because this is where we are moving to. Namibia strives to achieve a 50% reduction in greenhouse gases emissions from ships through the implementation of Annex 6 of the Marpol Convention, and a project to grow kelp. A project to grow kelp forest is currently underway in our coastal town of Lorenzoni, and this is aimed at boosting the health of the ocean and contributing to carbon requisition. And lastly, since the year 2022, under my leadership, we have started to make the celebration of World Oceans Day national in order to highlight the importance of healthy oceans and the role of the ocean that the oceans plays. This year is the national event took place in Walvis Bay during the 6th to 12th of June. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just want to use this opportunity to praise Namibia's effort on green hydrogen because it's really an example for Africa. This is the energy of the future together with electricity as such. It requires catching all the sun. There's abundance of sun in Namibia and all its neighboring states, and it's really the future. And I think it's so much smarter to invest in being a leader of what is growing rather to take a small share of the oil economy on its way down. So I would really say learn from Africa, and it's also super important for the green shipping work because we will need molecules in the future. We can't do everything by electrons, and those have to be green, and that means this type of development. So look to Namibia.
Thank you. I have one very short question for the panel, and then we'll wrap up. Same question for everyone. One really inspiring example that makes you excited for the next 2-3 years in this ocean climate space. What do we have to look forward to? What's coming across the horizon?
So I'm seeing a much higher political recognition of science and what science actually tells us. And science tells us, as we heard earlier, we have to curb global warming at 1.5. It's really the number one task, and that requires a fundamental transformation of everything. And science also tells us that it can be done. We don't have to invent things that nobody has seen. We actually know that technologies exist that can replace our fossil and linear world with a renewable and circular world much faster than we're doing. And I think the willingness to recognize these two inputs, it has to be done and it can be done, it's much higher now. But we have to take it from theory to practice, and that's why the Ocean Panel has focused on doing this across the board in the ocean space. And of course, this connects to energy, it connects to industry, it connects to all kinds of transport, it connects to everything else. But it's a very good rallying cry to try to do much of this around the ocean, whether it's at COP27 in Egypt or COP15 in Montreal. So I'm optimistic that it's late in the day, but it's not too late, and things are beginning to turn now. And it's just important to understand that it's much better to be part of the future than to cling to the past.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. My way of looking forward is, before coming here, I had a word with my president, the head of state. And he told me, there's no two stories. You go to COP27. Go to Egypt and represent us there. And what is so special about this is because if we look at the back, sustainable ocean, our agenda, 17 heads of states in this world has come together and they are speaking the same language. And that is, for me, that is very important, the political agenda of our countries. And all of us, we are going together with the same agenda. And that's why we are here together today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And lastly, I have to mention, sorry, Fiji, that we need to give accreditation to Palau and Norway because they are the two that started this whole thing. Thank you very much.
Thanks. And also sharing the congratulations, Norway and Palau, for the leadership, for bringing Ocean Panel. I think we're at the inflection point on COP28. I'm quite convinced that ocean would have been mainframed onto the COP agenda, and when we mainframe it, it would be my expectation that today it's 70 countries in the world out of around 150 that you could broadly say are oceanic states have a blue component in their NDCs, that in a few years' time, all 150 countries will have a very significant blue component in their NDCs, and we begin to see and how far and how substantially oceans is beginning to contribute to our climate action. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm looking, there's a man out there called Carlos Correa, who's a former minister for Colombia, environment minister. And when Colombia was hit by record storms, Carlos noticed, that those communities that were protected by intact mangroves and coral reefs were protected from the storms. They were still battered, but they were not destroyed. Those communities where those ecosystems had been removed were destroyed. So he embarked on one of the most ambitious restoration programs anywhere in the world, not for biodiversity, not for climate change, but as insurance. And what excites me is that this stuff is going mainstream. There are now insurance companies looking at how they can reduce the premium on communities that are protecting and restoring their ecosystems. So it may not be the sexiest, the most glamorous answer, but that we need this stuff to go mainstream. And it is.
Thank you. All right, we will end it there. A huge thank you to our excellent panelists for their time, their engagement, their leadership in this space. It is a pleasure working with all of you within the panel. I'm from the Secretariat, so I have the pleasure of working with them on a day-to-day basis. I hope this has been an incredible session, that you've been inspired as much as I have. You know, in the final days of this COP, let's take this forward. We are now in an implementation phase. Let's create the links between the climate community, the biodiversity community. These things should go hand in hand, and look forward to COP28 to take this agenda even further. Thank you so much for your time. And I should say, sorry, I haven't plugged. There is a document, I think it was on most seats. Come and see me if you haven't got a copy. It really outlines the Ocean Panel's agenda on ocean climate. We started back in 2018, 2019 with a very strong call to action. We have a huge amount of research on the benefits of ocean climate solutions, a huge amount of action from our 17 members. This is all outlined, some examples in this document. Come see me if you haven't got a copy already. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our panel and to the audience. Please check out the awesome exhibits we have over there in the U.S. Center, and join us at 12:30 for a NASA Hyperwall discussion on urban pollution. Thank you. Okay, and now for our NASA Hyperwall presentation, we have Dr. Laura Lorenzoni, revealing urban pollution patterns from a bird's eye view. Give her a warm welcome, please.
And I get music intro, so that's amazing. Thanks everybody for joining us for our first Hyperwall talk of the day. There's going to be another one at 4:30, so please don't miss that. That one is going to be on, aerosols, which are extremely important for pollution as well. So I'll be talking to you in general about a couple of types of pollution. I'll let you guess the second one. But the first one that we're going to start with is air pollution. And this is one of my favorite animations that we have. It shows 5 of our species of aerosols that we have in particles in our atmosphere. We have carbon, which is in red. And carbon comes mostly when you're burning biomass. You're going to be able to You're going to be able to see fires popping up in Africa, in South America, and then when 2019 rolls around, you're going to see the devastating fires in Australia. Now, one thing you should probably note in this animation is that what happens when you burn something doesn't stay where you burn something. So our atmospheric circulation is extremely important because it carries all these issues across our planet. If you were here earlier this morning to listen to the traditional knowledge panel that we have, which was absolutely amazing, we had one of our Amazonian indigenous representatives mention how the devastating fires in the Amazon really impact health in their native communities. And this is true everywhere. So again, what happens somewhere in the atmosphere just doesn't stay there. The other things you can see in this animation are, for example, nitrate. That comes from cars, from industry. And so you'll see that most of that happens in the Northern Hemisphere, in Europe and North America, and in Asia. And again, see how it, because of atmospheric circulation, it is being transported either across the Pacific, across the Atlantic. The other thing you'll note, which is really prominent, is dust. And that is in orange. And so you'll see the Sahara, which produces huge amount of dust, which travel across the Atlantic into the Americas. And so one of the things that are... Ooh. Let's try it again. Oh. Hang on. All right. One of the things that our satellites are great for is looking at these big pictures and seeing and really having that understanding of how things connect across the Earth system. And what this animation is showing you is what we call the Godzilla dust storm, which happened, I think, a couple of years ago, if memory serves, which was a huge plume of Saharan dust that came from Africa all the way across the Atlantic. And the reason why it was called Godzilla was because it really was something of enormous magnitudes. And dust flow is normal, and it is part of our climate, and it is part of how our planet works. And in fact, dust transports really important micronutrients like iron, which fertilize not just the rainforest in South America or in Asia, but also feed plankton life. So dust is good in certain quantities. Dust also contributes to atmospheric pollution. And with our climate becoming more arid in certain places, we are facing potentially bigger dust storms that then impact air quality across our planet. So that is one of the reasons why NASA... Ooh, did I not go the right direction? Hang on. Let's try this again.
Yeah, it's forward and back, I think.
Okay. It's opposite? All right. All right. Ah, yay. Okay, this is why NASA has a healthy fleet of Earth-observing satellites that are taking literally the pulse of our planet. What you're seeing in this animation, just zooming across the globe, are the satellites that are looking at aerosols and atmospheric chemistry, so basically looking at our atmospheric composition. And these are some examples of the data that they produce. So we have, Calypso is a sensor that can actually, it's a lidar, so that it can measure, for example, when you have smoke, it can actually tell you the height of that smoke and where that smoke is going. And so these kind of data really help us better understand the health of the air that we breathe. Let me see, I got this right. Okay. So one of the sensors that we have also orbiting our planet is the Ocean Carbon Observatory, or OCO. There's been 3 of them. This is from OCO 2. And OCO, what it does is that it measures CO2 across basically all of our atmosphere. And it can tell us how much carbon we have. This is an animation of a whole year of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere, and it is in 3-dimensional, and you see it rotate. Our ocean and our land are responsible for absorbing over half of the CO2 that we pump into the atmosphere. But the rest of the CO2 obviously remains and is what is contributing to global warming nowadays, and that's why all of you are here. Now, it is a big challenge. However, COVID-19 actually showed us what we as a human species are capable of doing. This animation looks at nitrogen dioxide, which is a pollutant coming from industrial production in cars in California. And so it's showing what happened before COVID, during the first soft lockdown, and then what happened in full lockdown, and the speed at which we could see reductions happening in terms of nitrogen dioxide, which again is a pollutant. So when we had, let me try to play it again. So when we had pre-COVID, you're going to see that the red colors, the warm colors, show you where there's higher concentration of nitrogen dioxide. And then you're going to see how with full COVID lockdown, those concentrations actually got significantly reduced, both in Los Angeles and in San Francisco. And then as the economy and people started getting out of their houses, that pollution came back. But in a matter of months, we were able to significantly reduce that atmospheric pollution. And nitrogen dioxide wasn't the only thing that was reduced in terms of atmospheric pollution. This animation shows you harmful ozone, which is also a byproduct of nitrogen dioxide, in different parts of the world. And so you'll see the anomaly is right here. So basically, when you see blue, is that we actually have less concentration of harmful ozone. And you see in different parts of the world, we had significant reductions of harmful ozone production. Most of them were in the Northern Hemisphere because that's where the lockdowns were more strict. But again, what happens in one place doesn't stay in that place because of our atmospheric circulation. Now, the reduction in ozone was just about 2%, which really sounds tiny if we think about it, but this happened within 8 months. If we were to take the most aggressive measures of mitigation of atmospheric pollution, it would take us 15 years to actually achieve that 2% reduction in harmful ozone production. So it can be done. Okay, so as I mentioned, we have a pretty healthy fleet of Earth-observing satellites that are looking at our planet and especially looking at atmospheric quality. But that's not just it. We're really excited because we do have some new sensors that are coming in online. And it's not just NASA that is really aggressively looking at better understanding what air quality looks like worldwide. We also have our partners in Japan with GEMS and our European partners with Sentinel-4 that are going to launch soon. And TEMPO is also looking to launch this year. So TEMPO is the next, really our next biggest thing for air quality, because it's a geostationary satellite, so it means that it's going to be staring at just one spot in the planet, so it's going to be staring at North America. And it's going to be able to give us really high quality really high temporal resolution air quality measurements across the U.S. So we're really excited about that. And together with our partners, we're really going to build a constellation of air quality measurements. And the next step in terms of also atmospheric measurements is part of our Earth System Observatory, which are 5 missions that are going to be the next constellation is going to look at our planet. So both the aerosol and the cloud convection and precipitation sensors are going to be taking that next step of measuring not just aerosol, but also clouds and rains across our globe. So I mentioned there were two types of pollution that I was going to talk to you about. And I talked about air pollution. Can anyone guess what the other type of pollution we don't talk as much about is? Light pollution, exactly. And it is something that we often don't think about just because we're so used as humans to look at light. However, light, if we look at our planet at night, it really is fascinating, all the information we can get from it. And I'll make that connection to why this is important, not just for us humans, but also for other species that really do depend and that are very photosensitive. So when we look, and this is the best thing of looking at our planet from space, is that you can actually see it, see how big it is, how wonderful it is, and also see how much it's changed, because we've been able to look at our planet continuously for decades. And this is one of the perhaps most impressive changes. The date on the top is wrong. That is 2003. So this is looking at the change of Shanghai between 2003 and 2018. So it's quite a change. And this is one of the most populous cities in our planet. And so you'll see the night lights actually tell you how much that city has grown in that time period. Similarly, we can actually also see historic changes and utilize this kind of information to understand perhaps dangers and prepare populations for mitigation. So this is an image in Italy. So the dark spot here is Mount Vesuvius. And many of you might be familiar with Mount Vesuvius because it was the volcano that exploded and buried Pompeii in 79 AD. However, you'll see that there's a huge city. The city of Naples is all around it, not just Naples, but all the neighboring cities. So this is a complex network of cities and roads and people that need to be mindful, because Vesuvius is the only active volcano on the European continent. The other thing we can see with night lights, and you might be able to see this, so there are green lights and there are orange lights. Those are actually different kinds of lights. So the green lights are the older one. I think the mercury bulbs, and the other ones are the newer lights. So you can actually see how some cities have upgraded their light system just by looking at Earth at night. The other thing we can do with night lights is look at our ocean and understand fisheries. We've heard a lot about unreported and unregulated fishing. Nightlights can be used for that. Nightlights can also be used to see where fishing fleets are located. This is an example of fishing boats off the coast of Bangkok, of Thailand, and some of the lights associated to that. So nightlights are also really useful to understand where that kind of commercial activity is happening. If you were to look at an image, and this also comes from the International Space Station, if you were to look at an image of the South Atlantic, you'd be able to see octopus fisheries off the coast of Argentina, which is quite impressive because they use really big lights to attract octopus and squid. So that is something you can absolutely see from space. Another example, these are oil fields in Qatar, so you can see the distribution of the roads, which are really well illuminated, and pretty much how things are distributed all around. And as we look at the Earth through time, we can really tell how it's changed, and we can start making inferences or why things have changed. So this is a progression of how nightlights have changed in India over just a few years. So we have 2012 in one end, 2016, and this is the difference between the two. So where you have purple, it means that there's new lights that have come on board, and then when you have reds, it means that lights have gone out. White means that lights have remained pretty much the same. So in this image, you can see how much India has grown in terms of electricity. So this can mean a couple of things. It can mean growth, or it can also mean that people have actually been given electricity where there wasn't electricity before. This is an example of the Middle East. And again, we're going to do the same progression. And you're going to be able to see the difference between the two. So there are some areas where either people have migrated or, for example, oil fields have been shut down, and other areas where new lights have emerged. And this is my last one in Nigeria. And again, Nigeria in particular, when you see these are oil fields, oil flares. And so the resulting change, which you can see is significant, it's because of changes in regulation of the oil flares. Nightlights also help us understand the extent of damage of a disaster. These are images from Hurricane Ian, which went over Florida just a couple of months ago. And you can see the difference before Hurricane Ian and after. So you know there were significant disruptions because of the hurricane in the mainland. The same thing was visible after Hurricane Maria and Irma went over the Caribbean and all the Caribbean islands. So these images really help us understand what the degree of impact to, for example, an electrical network is, and then how fast that country or locations recover. Now, I mentioned I was going to segue into how this impacts wildlife. So we've seen how light has changed through time, but one thing we're not taking into consideration is how these things impact wildlife. And migratory patterns and predator-prey associations have changed because of the light pollution that we have. And this it's from one of the Arctic Animal Networks, and it shows migratory patterns of a variety of species, both on land and in the ocean. And I'll focus on the ones in the ocean because these kind of data are really hard to get, so we have to track the animals. But as we look at migrations through time, we can understand how species have changed their migration, and we can link that to drivers of those changes. And a lot of those changes have to do with light pollution and other impacts to ecosystems like deforestation or encroaching of animals' habitats. So really understanding how we are impacting our wildlife is critical, and light pollution is one of those things that we can't ignore, even though it's oftentimes one thing that is completely overlooked. And especially in the fringes of cities where now we have big lights, the predator-prey relationships has significantly changed because of that light pollution. And nothing says the holidays like a lot of light, at least in the US. We have 20 to 50% more brightness during the holidays, during the months of December and January, because people pull up so many Christmas lights, which is great. But again, if you're thinking about the impact of to the ecosystem of light pollution, even the seasonal changes in light really impacts how our ecosystems are going to function. So think about that when you put up your Christmas lights next time. And with that, I'll finish, and thanks everybody for listening. Questions?
Hello, thanks for the presentation. Here is Marco, Space System Engineer from Angola. And I really would like to understand how trackable are those wildlife migrations through remote sensing without having really sensors or on the ground. How remotely we can have like satellite imagery to track. And the second question, if you don't mind, is how do you manage to integrate this full scope of remote data on the ground with high resolution? So hyperspectral imagery, if they can really go on the surface and above the ground data for climate change. Thank you.
Those are great questions. We still depend on in situ animal tracking for a lot of the species. For some microspecies, it's possible to monitor their tracking, but really we do still depend on those microsatellites for some species. That's why the animation that I showed, so that one, it depends on, it's a huge database of in situ measurements. Sensors have been becoming more miniaturized, so it is easier to put those on different species. And then satellites do help us understand where they're going and how they're moving, and then what are some of the environmental drivers. For some macro species, we can use satellite remote sensing. And the fact that we have several passes per day of different sensors does help us give that perspective and understand, maybe not in an hourly fashion, but at least we know how those animals are utilizing some of the roadways that they, or at least they used to use, or how they're changing their migration patterns. In terms of high resolution data, hyperspectral data is going to be really useful when you're looking at, for example, different types of vegetation, or, for example, phytoplankton in the ocean. You're going to be able to see those changes in an unprecedented spectral resolution. Be able to really distinguish what is there. Remember that remote sensing, though, gives you really the surface of the ocean, at least. And you can have some perspective with combination of two sensors. So, for example, I mentioned LiDAR. And so LiDAR does give you that three-dimensional perspective. So the beauty of the fleet of sensors that not just NASA, but also our International Space Agency partners are developing is that it is a whole different suite of technology that, when put together, it does give you a really complementary perspective of our ecosystem. Thank you. Hi. Well, thanks everybody for listening. I think we have some stickers and we may have some other swag around. Thanks again.
Hey everyone, we're having a climate conversation over here now. We have Pasang Sherpa. Give us a wave, Pasang, please, from the University of British Columbia. Come over and talk to her. We'll be starting in 2 minutes, so if people can just take a seat, that'd be great. Thank you. We're about to begin, so please take your seats. Thank you. Or take your stand. Welcome to Net Zero World, Accelerating Global Energy System Decarbonization. And now it is my pleasure to welcome to the podium the United States Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm.
All right, hello everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. So just over a year ago, I had the pleasure of formally announcing our Net Zero World initiative at COP26 in Glasgow. This is the Department of Energy's signature effort to marshal a broad array of U.S. government resources from 9 federal agencies, 10 national laboratories, with support from academia and philanthropic community, the private sector, all to work in collaboration with countries that want to achieve their ambitions, their climate ambitions, to work with them and to move from ambition to action. So we started this initiative with 6 partner countries, and we've taken great strides together over the course of this first year. From, for example, planning for island decarbonization with Indonesia, to sharing knowledge with Chile on advancing a just transition, to supporting Egypt's Nexus Water, Food and Energy Initiative with analytic and technical assistance from our national labs, and kicking off a joint analyses for the potential of carbon management and distributed energy deployment with Nigeria. And that's not the exhaustive list. We also have Ukraine as part of our list too, but they've been otherwise understandably occupied, but so glad that you are here, Minister, for that. I'm grateful to have so many of our counterparts from our partner nations that are here to tell you more about the progress that we've made on our collective efforts. But before we get into the dialogue that we have planned today, I want to make a couple of pieces of news. First of all, together with our partner countries, most of whom are represented here, we're releasing the first in a series of reports that are summarizing this initial step of modeling activities across energy systems to date. The reports are going to guide both government and private sector decision makers as they shape energy policy and strategies at the national and regional levels. We have also created a Net Zero World Women's Leadership Program, and that is going to offer mid-career women in all of our Net Zero World partner countries an opportunity to train at our national labs and to connect with mentors and coaches. And the application process for that program is now open, and we hope we can get a significant amount of participation. And finally, I am also pleased to announce that we are welcoming 2 other nations to be part of Net Zero World, Singapore and Thailand. Already, yes, Singapore and Thailand. We're already studying the feasibility of regional grid integration and a joint effort with Singapore, and we're eager to explore more avenues for collaboration with all, of course, of our partner countries. We in the Department of Energy believe that the potential for Net Zero World is just taking shape, and these national labs have amazing resources to be able to help devise technical pathways to meet the ambitions of these countries, so it's very exciting to be able to partner on their ambitions. This, is in conjunction with our legislative achievements over the past year. Our government, obviously, having made a $500 billion investment in our own clean energy future, and the investments that we make along with the private sector will grow clean energy industries frankly, all over the world, because innovation anywhere is a win for deployment everywhere. And really, that's the emphasis that we want to make. And so Net Zero World is going to help make sure of that. So with that, I really want to be able to give an opportunity for our partners to speak. I think we're going to start actually with Thailand, who wasn't able to be here, Pisu Panmanakul, but who did provide a video for us to watch. So have a look at what Thailand has to say.
Honorable Jennifer Granholm, U.S. Secretary of Energy, Excellency Ministers, Honorable Delegate, Ladies and Gentlemen, good afternoon, สวัสดีครับ First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Honorable Jennifer Granholm, U.S. Secretary of Energy, for your kind invitation for Thailand to join the Net Zero World Initiative to explore the road to accelerate decarbonization effort toward carbon neutrality and net zero goals, and help expedite clean energy investment opportunities. Thailand is now transforming our energy systems to become more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable, aligning with the global trend toward low carbon economy. Our urgent and immediate action right now is how to accelerate the green transitions and stimulate the economic recovery. We aim to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and promote advanced green energy systems, which are in line with Net Zero World concept. Ladies and gentlemen, through this Net Zero World initiative, to achieve the road to net zero, we will work together with the United States partner to create joint program through actionable technology roadmap, together with investment strategies to accelerate our chosen path to move realistic and well-balanced just energy transition pathway to achieve our net zero emission ambitions. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to ask for our great partners to come and join us while we wait as well for Minister of Fu from Singapore will be joining us as well, and we'll have a message. But let me start with our great partners from our Net Zero World countries. Great, thank you so much. All right, Minister Pardo, let me start with you. I'm wondering if you can describe what you see as the opportunity for Net Zero World for you all.
So I would say Net Zero is helping us. I mean, this great initiative in which we have these great U.S. centers of innovation taking on Chilean problems. So our greatest problem today is to work on flexibility of the grid. So as a couple of years ago, we had about 28 coal power plants. We have taken away 7. But those 7 we have taken away, they were mainly for backup. So we have 20 on the pipeline, but those 20 provide a lot of flexible energy for the system. We're talking about 20 plants and about 200 mega each one of them, so about 4 gigas. For a small country, it's a lot. We have to take out those in our decarbonization path. We have to take out those plants. And in order to do that, we have been exploring 4 pathways, technological pathways. One is solar CSP, concentrated solar power. We have built one of about 150 megas, which is called Cerro Dominador, wonderful plant. It's already working. We have 6 more on the way. Second alternative is storage, like standalone storage or hybrid plants that are close to renewable. We just passed a law, copying your Inflation reduction idea, we were able to convince conservative senators to approve a law that remunerates standalone storage that will help us to bring down the prices of electricity. The third venue is melted solar salts, which is we are converting some of these coal-fired power plants, and they take energy on the grid during the day, which is abundant because we have a lot of solar generation, and they inject it in the night. We have just one of these reconverted power plants that it's coming into the environmental system of permitting, and we have more on the way. And finally, we have pump hydro, which is just taking up water powered with solar generation during the day, and then throwing back to the sea during the night, and moving a turbine with the water, and then injecting to the system. On these four technology alternatives, we are working with the Net Zero Initiative, and we are also working in two other lines of work. The other lines of work is district heating, which is a small-scale project, but very important because local pollution is not, in the southern part of Chile, is not about like carbon pollution, but particularly material pollution coming from wet wood that it's being fired in stoves. So district heating is one of the things that will enable us to take out this kind of house heating and improve the quality of these southern cities of Chile. And finally, we are also working with Net Zero Initiative in innovation and digitalization of the grid. Our grids, as most grids in countries that are betting heavy on renewable, they're congested during the daytime because solar power it only generates during the day, so it congests the transmission lines. But if we are able to move from hypothetical models that operate these grids to models that use real-time data, we're able to bring a little bit down the margins of error, and this brings up the capacity of transmission without compromising security on the lines. So those are the things we are doing.
6 pathways, I think it is really. That's amazing. And you expect to proceed down all of them?
Yes.
Oh, very good, very good. Thank you for that.
That's it.
Dr. Ryabchin, first of all, thank you so much, as I was saying, for being here, especially in light of everything. And it must be difficult to be thinking about the future when your energy infrastructure right now has been destroyed by the invasion. But I'm wondering if you can share, even though we haven't begun work on the net zero world technological pathways yet, but can you share how you are thinking about that in light of the crisis?
Yes, thank you very much for having me here. I'm really proud to represent all Ukrainian brave men and women who is fighting for our land, for our independence. Thank you very much. I would speak on behalf of the head of my delegation, who is the Minister of Environment. Unfortunately, he is in the airport, and on behalf of the Minister of Energy, German Galushenko, who recently spoke with Special Representative Kerry, and who recently been to the ES, discussing a lot of the issue. Firstly, I guess not about the net zero world, but about how to survive the winter, because definitely, as you rightly mentioned, it's really hard to sit here and negotiate about the future of Ukraine, and I'm the COP negotiator since 2015. It's hard to negotiate about the future of the world when suddenly you have an SMS about the air alarm in Kyiv, and you're thinking about your wives and kids. Are they safe? Are they in a bomb shelter? But nevertheless, in Glasgow, we were presenting the most ambitious NDCs ever, 65% from 1990, and it was about a real reduction. Not as previously Ukraine was selling a hot air. It was about a real reduction, a real investment into the green technology. Our companies declared climate neutrality till 2030, 2040, 2050, and started to deal with the hydrogen project, biomethane projects, started to deal with energy efficiency and other innovation. we were really serious about, and we aligned ourselves with the European Green Deal because we're willing to join the European Union and we're really moving towards European integration. We're about to have our emission trading system in 2024 and 25 to use the market mechanism, cap and trade mechanism to kind of force the polluters to pay for it. But war changed a lot of attitudes, unfortunately. But like now we are thinking about like two green tracks. First is about the emergency need, and about the emergency need, as you rightly mentioned, we have now a lot of energy infrastructure, high voltage transformators destroyed by Russian aggression. So basically, we have a lot of generation capacity, but we are unable to transmit the power to the final consumer because they deliberately targeted it. Unfortunately, the region with the best insulation and wind are still occupied by the aggressor. And we were like, it's really shocking and painful for me to see the destroyed wind turbine by tanks and destroyed solar panels just for fun. It's like soldiers are, Russian army are the one who is the fossil fuel aggressor, and Ukrainian soldiers, with the help of your weapon, with the help of your support, with the help of your moral support, are decarbonizing our country. So we are thinking about the green recovery plan, or Green Marshall Plan, or Build Back Better. It doesn't really matter how you will frame it. The recovery plan will be green because we are able to leapfrog in technology, because it doesn't make any sense to invest in an old year technology. And we do understand that it will not only rely on international aid, but it will be about the investment, because we would like to make business, we would like to attract the best available technology with all of the world, and we will become the innovation hub to introduce the world's best technology, because it will be started from scratch. So we do think about our green future. We do appreciate your efforts, and thank you very much for inviting us here. We definitely be participating in a net zero world, as well as in a global methane pledge and other activities that we already joined in Glasgow, and we're really serious about this. But in the framework of a post-war green recovery, now we're thinking about surviving the winter, but the grain will be definitely green and clean. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your heroic optimism in the face of what you have experienced. We really appreciate, again, you being here and sharing with us. And you have our full good wishes, support, and hope for a quick end to the troubles. So, Minister Almola, first of all, thank you so much for this incredible COP, right? Beautiful. Your team has done such a phenomenal job, as have you. So honored that you would be joining us here as one of our inaugural members of Net Zero World. And I'm wondering if you can share from your perspective where you see the future for this Net Zero World technology pathways for you.
First of all, I would like to thank you very much, Honorable Secretary Jennifer Granholm, to invite me for the second time. Actually, I participated last year in the launch of the Net Zero World Initiative in Glasgow. But at that time it was very cold, so I think that we are blessed that we have this wonderful weather here in Sharm el-Sheikh. Nevertheless, since then, I think that we in Egypt, I have to say that we have progressed very much into the reduction of our emissions, and in parallel into moving into the transition pathway. So we have collectively together in our government, we have made our strategy a little bit more aggressive, so that we can have 42% of our renewable before year 30, because it was reaching this 42% at the year 2035. We wanted to accelerate. Meanwhile, within this framework of the COP27, we've just signed more than 10 MOUs, strategic frameworks for green hydrogen, with capacities that can go up to 50 gigawatts. So we are looking forward for serious transition. Meanwhile, we have also arranged for replacements of gas-fired, fuel-fired power plants for more than 28 gigawatts of renewables, and this will also be over the coming few years on phases. For the Net Zero World Initiative, actually, and not only that, but also for the methane reduction pledges that we have also joined recently when Secretary John Kerry was advocating for that, and we have joined as Egypt. So I think that the progress has been made through putting up together a roadmap for implementing these pledges, and we are working towards having many in the pipeline, many projects that we have, more than 120 projects that we have identified to decarbonize our industry, our energy industry, plus reducing the flare gas. And this is very important for everybody, as you know. Finally, and the thing that I need to highlight is joining this net zero global initiative will help us to access to your 17 national labs, and this is very important because we need to somehow to access to technology, and these are things that in our part of the world we as representing Africa and this side of the world, I think technology deployment will be needed, as well as, and remember last year you've said that joining this global initiative will help us to access some concessionary funds and some technology. Technology will be availed since we will have this cross-functional access to information from different countries and specifically the 17 labs of the Department of Energy. But funds will need also to be mobilized as much as we could. But nevertheless, there is a good plan where we all are working towards achieving the targets. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We hope all the best in that, and all that green hydrogen, I know, will come in handy. All right, Minister Abdullahi, thanks so much for being here, representing Nigeria. I'm wondering if you can say a word about what you see as the technology pathways that will be important for Nigeria.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for this invitation, and my very distinguished honorable ministers here. From the onset at Glasgow, when Nigeria signed off to the Net Zero World Coalition, we have taken a number of steps when we got back home. First, what we did is to pass a law called the National Climate Change Council Act, which essentially provided a framework for our decarbonization and emission trading schemes. Also, as a Minister of Environment, in partnership with my energy minister, also launched what we call the methane emissions regulations, reduction regulations, essentially to leverage on the net zero world coalition objectives, towards reducing emissions in the country. Now, you recall that when President Biden chaired the Major World Economies Forum on the methane pledge, Nigeria signed up to the global methane pledge, and it's on that basis that we hope that we can leverage on this forum to look at new technology in terms of green technology. But we are not just awaiting that. What we did is to also launch what we call the Sovereign Green Bond, which essentially focuses on green projects, and then also supports mini-grids infrastructure in terms of solar, and it's also community-driven. What we do is to get the community and private sector investors to invest in mini solar grid renewable energy, so that we can reduce as much as we can emissions at whatever level. And we're also working with UNDP and essentially the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria, supporting capacity development, in terms of understanding what emissions are all about and what we need to decarbonize. So we're quite on course, Madam Secretary.
Very great.
Thank you.
Excited to see it. Excited to see it. Thank you all so much. I think Minister Fu, Singapore has arrived on the scene. I'm wondering if, as we transition down, if you wouldn't mind coming to the podium as our newest member to be able to say a word about what you expect from Net Zero World. And thank you all so much. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Secretary Granholm. And it is my pleasure to join everyone at the U.S. Pavilion today. I can sense that there's a real strong momentum for countries to do more, to decarbonize, and to reduce their emissions. We need to work together as a global community to plan and to calibrate our energy transition together. And there's urgency for us to cooperate so that our people have access to an equitable and just clean energy future. And let me share with you some of my thoughts. First, we need to look at accelerating the deployment of renewable energy. And energy demand in Asia is projected to increase significantly. And yet, today, renewable energy only makes up 10% of Asia's energy supply. So with the growth in energy demand, there is an urgency for us to increase renewable energy deployment in the region. And Singapore is doing our part in accelerating solar deployment. We have a goal for solar deployment of 1.5 gigawatt peak by 2025 and at least 2 gigawatt peak by 2030. Secondly, we need to strengthen energy collaborations in facilitating clean energy trade across the region. With the transition to clean energy sources, we see a fundamental shift in energy supply chains. Countries rich in renewable energy potential can now export energy via electricity transmission cables. In the future, they can also produce clean energy fuels such as green hydrogen, which can be transported around the world. Southeast Asia is brimming with renewable energy potential. We are a diverse collection of countries with varying capacity to generate and pay for clean energy. So having a wider base of consumers willing to offtake clean energy can provide the base demand and improve the viability of projects. And that's where cross-border collaborations and clean energy trade can help to make projects more commercially viable in our region. Regional power grids, cross-border energy trade, they can strengthen regional energy security and resilience, unlock investments in renewable energy and employment opportunities in source countries. To facilitate clean energy trade in the region, governments should work together to establish the regulatory frameworks, infrastructure, and the ecosystem to provide more assurance for cross-border energy trade and enhance regional interconnectivity. And here I would like to share with the audience that the Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore power integration project that successfully commenced on 23rd June this year serves as an important pathfinder project to advance regional interconnectivity, underpinned by the ASEAN Power Grid vision. To draw in private sector investments, governments should enhance the bankability of energy infrastructure projects and channel capitals into our new growth areas. Singapore will be partnering the US on a feasibility study on regional energy connectivity in Southeast Asia. It will assess the benefits, technical visibility, economic viability of developing a regional power grid network comprising both land and sea-based interconnections in Southeast Asia. The study will also propose possible forms of such regional network, taking into consideration implemented and planned connections, as well as other connections involving regional countries. The study will be part of the Net Zero World initiative led by the US, which Singapore will be joining. Singapore will work with the US and Southeast Asian partners hand in hand to co-create and implement actionable technical and investment plans to support energy decarbonization in the region. Even as we accelerate the adoption of low-carbon solutions, we must continue to manage trade-offs between energy security, price competitiveness, and environmental sustainability. A pragmatic energy transition is crucial in global energy security and resilience. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right, so you've heard from our partner countries, and now you've got to hear from the folks who are making these plans happen, which are our labs and one of our funders as well. So let me invite up, if I could, Dr. Steve Ashby from the Pacific Northwest National Lab. There we are. Dr. Martin Keller from the National Renewable Energy Lab, and Ed Borgston, who is from the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, who has been helping us through funding. So thank you, all three of you, for joining. Super interested because one of the things that Minister Su said was actionable plans, which of course we want to see happen. So let me start with our lab directors to ask how this works. What are the strategies that as labs you are deploying in order to work with these countries to make these plans real?
So, Madam Secretary, thank you. And again, I want to start and highlight what we've heard from our ministers and secretaries here, that's really important, that this is really tailored towards the different specific countries. It was very interesting just to listen to all of you. There's from Chile, Ukraine, Egypt, Nigeria, Singapore, all different problems. And I think this is exactly the strength of Net Zero World, that we're working as the 10 U.S. national laboratories and U.S. government together with our partners in Net Zero World, with these countries, to really tailor the activities towards their solutions, what they want to do. And there just highlight two things, and you highlighted the first report that came out now on the modeling of the energy systems. This is just the beginning. So this, again, is not just a report. This will really develop almost an implementation plan, how we can introduce this and really work with the countries in this transition over to their priorities in decarbonization of the economy. And then the second thing is, which is very important, is the technical analysis and validation. Because a lot of this project, also what we've heard here, need the technical analysis and the validation to see, yes, this is sound, this can work, and then from there on will help us to, on the investment side, working very specific technical things, how we then can implement this and initiate this. So this, in my opinion, is a really unprecedented cooperation between the U.S. government, the 10 U.S. national laboratories, and our partners in the countries. And again, we are super excited, I think, for all the national labs to continue this partnership.
Okay, great. All right, thank you so much. And my hat is off to the our Renewable Energy Lab, because they started this in Los Angeles with something called LA 100, where Los Angeles had a goal of getting to 100% clean energy or renewable energy. And so they developed a very deep dive pathway, and we thought, let's take this across the globe, because it is working. It gives a very concrete step. Steve Ashby from the Pacific Northwest National Lab, maybe you can give us a perspective.
Sure. Thank you very much, Secretary Granholm. So first of all, PNNL is really excited and proud to be part of the Net Zero World initiative. And we're committed to its success, and we've already been working with the partner countries. And so I want to make a couple points here. First of all, as Martin said, there is a report out. You should get a copy of it, because it tells you what we've been doing over the last year since this was announced by the Secretary in Glasgow. And what we're doing is working together with the partner countries to really leverage our complementary analytic capabilities to evaluate specific technologies and system solutions that are tailored to each country's needs. As Martin said, it's really important that we understand the needs of each country and to work with them, because they have the best understanding of those countries' needs. These capabilities are science-informed platforms for helping to develop those implementation plans that can guide policymakers and mobilize investment. And in this particular study, you'll see several examples in which we look at the importance of energy efficiency, clean electricity, clean energy carriers, and CCS. Second, as we complete these studies, we're going to move beyond the study and testing and evaluating the most promising technologies and solutions. And then after that, to quote Secretary Granholm, we're going to deploy, deploy, deploy. We're going to be leveraging some of the expertise and experiences the national labs have had at large-scale demonstration and deployment projects in things like solar plus storage or distributed controls for greater grid resiliency, working with our partner countries to see how these technologies are going to be deployed at scale in their countries. we're going to work with the communities around the world to look at how we can arrive at a just and equitable energy transition. For example, by helping to transition off of fossil fuel-based power plants and to attract clean industry, green industry. And we're going to work together to develop the workforce of the future. And in particular, I want to call attention to your women's leadership opportunity there, a way for the partner countries to bring people to the laboratories for training. And there's a variety of ways we can do that. So we're very excited to be working with everybody here, to the new member countries coming aboard. So thank you very much for this opportunity to share our enthusiasm for Net Zero World.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Ashby. And then from the philanthropic side, I'm wondering if you can say a few words, Ed, about how this opportunity coincides with the strategy of the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet.
Thank you so much, Secretary. I think it's very clear at this stage that you can't do energy transitions without, firstly, ending energy poverty. There are 80 million people in Nigeria without access to electricity, 3.6 billion worldwide with inadequate electricity for development or unreliable. I think you can't do energy transitions without recognizing the change in scale that we need. 0.6% of wind and solar capacity development and funding went to Africa last year. That's nothing. South Africa is the kind of shining light of that, and they built 5 gigawatts in 10 years in a very successful program. They need to build 5 gigawatts every year for the next 5 years, and then 10 gigawatts a year. So there's that scale change. And then you can't do anything without country leadership, which is what we saw so compellingly today, and I think that's brilliant to see that coming through. So alliances and partnerships and unprecedented collaboration towards that seem to be very much themes of this COP. And as the Energy Alliance, we were born very much of that idea as well. So we're a collaboration of large institutional philanthropy with DFIs, with delivery-focused organizations, and organizations like Net Zero World working towards that delivery in countries where it's really needed. And we're tremendously excited about the way Net Zero World is already providing modeling and guidance for country-led plans, is already deploying this world-class expertise for some of the hardest problems to solve, and almost most excited about what's happening next, which is really about building institutional capabilities and capacity in the countries that we're working in together. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the eye toward a strategy that really works with countries and the communities in which these systems will exist. And this is the genius, I think, of Net Zero World, is it really does take people where they're at and where they want to be, what they see as their future, and then builds out a strategy from there in partnership. So thank you for that. Lightning round, really quickly for the three of you, because you all see technology advances, you all see investment opportunities. I'm wondering what you think are the best, maybe the one best either technology or opportunity over the next decade that will get us to our collective goal of limiting greenhouse gas emissions and moving toward a net zero world.
That's a tough question. So I tell you, if what I also hear in this meeting, when you walk around, you're hearing a lot about the systems integration aspect. A few years ago, we only talked about how do we kind of make electricity clean, and now the discussion really moved over to how do we go even a step forward and decarbonize the economy, how do we do the systems integration from electricity to transportation to industry, steel, name it. And I think this is where I think it's super exciting to see that the whole community now thinks about on the systems integration. And within this systems integration, I think one thing which would be very exciting is hydrogen. Because hydrogen as a platform molecule is in the middle of all this on the systems integration, leading perhaps to electrofuels, e-fuels, or to ammonia, or to methanol, or to a molecule we actually can shuttle around for countries who might not have enough renewable capabilities on land. So this is, I think, for me, the most exciting part, to see how the discussion moves on to the systems integration part, which we absolutely need.
Great, thank you.
I'm excited about business model innovation. I think there's a huge world of sort of distributed energy systems, of new utility approaches, of if you like, the electricity systems of the future that we're seeing emerge in all sorts of different places at different scales. You have interconnected mini-grids, integrated systems, you have sub-franchise approaches, and these are emerging in all sorts of different countries with the same basic building blocks, but deploying them in ways that are new and can reach unprecedented scale.
Wow, I only get to pick one, huh?
You can pick two if you really want.
All the children we love, but I would say one of the things we're excited about at PNL is long-duration grid-scale energy storage. We've talked about renewables, but in order for those to be effective into today's power grid that we're modernizing, you need that energy storage to back it up. And so we see the energy storage needs really key to realizing this future. And so that's why at PNL, with the Secretary's support, funding from Congress, we're constructing something called the Grid Storage Launchpad that allow industry to come in and test and validate their new technologies to reach long-duration storage that really will make a difference for realizing not just net zero world ambitions, but all the way down to community levels. And we've partnered with our local community to demonstrate the power of bringing things like solar and storage together. So I think storage is really important, and there'll be a lot of other advances along the way as well. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. In fact, the two technologies that you both mentioned are technologies that we will be featuring in our next panel, which is about our energy Earthshots. So we have a goal as a shot to bring down the price of clean hydrogen to $1 for 1 kilogram within 1 decade. And then we also have a shot to bring down by 90% the cost of long duration storage. When I say long duration, 10 hours plus storage within the decade as well. So all of these drivers for technology are the kinds of technologies we would like to see deployed in our net zero world communities as well. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for your willingness to participate, to lead, and to our countries as well for your willingness to lead as well, even through challenging times. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you so much to our panel and our audience. Stick around. We have a lot more events today. This event will start in about 2 minutes, so people can start taking their seats. That would be great. Thank you. 2 minutes. please take your seats as we are about to begin. Thank you. Hello and welcome to A Matter of Scale, Subnational Action and Multi-Level Governance for Climate Ambition. And now I'd like to welcome to the podium for opening remarks Dr. Stephen Ashby, Director of the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. Give him a warm welcome.
Well, good afternoon and welcome. Last week, President Biden announced the Subnational Climate Action Leaders Exchange, or SCALE, which we are formally launching today. The U.S. Department of State and Bloomberg Philanthropies are jointly spearheading this first-of-its-kind initiative to support cities, states, and regions in the development and implementation of net-zero, climate-resilient targets and roadmaps. As Secretary Kerry has remarked, quote, "We need to take an all-in approach to keep 1.5 degrees C within reach and accelerate adaptation," end quote. Strategies for delivering on the goals of Paris at multiple levels of government are critically important because a large share of emissions and decisions about climate action happen at the city, state, and regional levels. We at the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory are pleased to join with the U.S. Department of State, Bloomberg Philanthropies, C40, the Climate Group Under 2 Coalition, the World Resources Institute, and the University of Maryland Center for Global Sustainability in this important initiative. SCALE will empower subnational champions to drive progress at the national and international levels. It will do this by unleashing the collective power of subnational actions organized around a set of high-level sector goals needed to keep a 1.5 aligned climate-resilient future within reach. The SCALE initiative also will expand the number of subnational entities committed to ambitious climate targets and connect them to relevant tools and resources, including those at PNNL and other DOE national laboratories. SCALE will showcase the efforts of leading cities, states, and regions, such as those with us today, thereby serving as a beacon to others to join the cause. SCALE will facilitate peer-to-peer exchange and capacity building around specific targets and shared tools. And it will help connect local governments with opportunities to mobilize finance for subnational action that makes a difference locally and scales globally. In its first phase, the initiative will focus on accelerating implementation of the Global Methane Pledge and its call for a 30% reduction in methane emissions by 2030. The participants will then build on their success to address other challenges on the path to a net zero, climate resilient future. Thank you for joining us today, and I know we're here for an inspiring discussion. Let me turn it over to our moderator and the panelists.
Thank you so much. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage our moderator, Ani Dasgupta, President and CEO of the World Resources Institute. Give him a round of applause.
Hi, everyone. How's it going? I was told just now that this is the first subnational event at the U.S. Center. If I had my way, it would be a subnational event every day here. So thank you for being here, all of you. And we, from WRI, are very excited to be part of this initiative. For one simple reason. Cities, most people in the world today live in cities. That's fact number one. Fact number two is actually most of the emissions are associated with cities. They don't get created. 70% plus emission in the world are created in cities. The fact number three, how to reduce this emission in the science part of it is actually relatively clear. It's building, transport, material, and waste. Most of it. All of it can be reduced to 90% reduction without any new technology. So these are facts that we know. The other fact is local level leadership actually almost always in any country is more ambitious than the national leadership, which is actually true. In last COP, more than 1,000 cities actually committed to a very high ambition goal. But the last bit of science is what we found in our work is that between national, subnational, and local governments, the action that is taken by local governments, about 1/3 of the emission reduction action they can take themselves. Turns out, about 1/3 they have to take together with higher levels of government, and 1/3 of it actually is dependent on national government. This is a survey done by C40 cities across 96 of their cities. So it is clear for us to get to 1.5 degree of the 70% emission that sits in cities, there needs to be an alignment vertically. That's when we can do. A panel I was actually moderating recently, Carlos Lopez, a professor from Cape Town, said transformational change, which is what is needed, can only happen through alignment vertically between government. That is exactly what we'll talk about. We have a fantastic panel from pretty much all levels of government except national. That's the whole point. It's a subnational. Governor Inslee, I'm going to start with you. And the question, I'm going to ask the same question to all of you about your climate plans, but you have such a big climate plan. What would be exciting to everyone to hear is key achievement you're really proud of. So we will have 3 minutes for everyone, and then hopefully we'll have another round. Governor Inslee.
I'm Governor Jay Inslee, State of Washington. The key achievement that I'm most proud of is the birth of our fifth grandchild 9 weeks ago and the impending birth of our sixth grandchild week. So that's what I'm most excited about. But the second, and I want to thank everybody in this group for trying to give a planet to my grandchildren. Thank you for what you're doing. You're all leaders here. But I'll mention two things I'm most proud of, most excited about. We have been styled through a legalistic term that is not descriptive of who we are. Legally, we have been described as subnationals. In fact, we are supranationals. We are supranationals because we have the capability of moving farther and moving faster than all of our national governments for a variety of reasons. And fortunately, hundreds, now thousands of supranational governments are doing that. And it is impossible to solve that problem unless all supranationals flex their muscles in this regard. Joseph Biden has done fantastic work with the Inflation Reduction Act. It's an absolute miracle, and it's going to do fantastic things. But we cannot achieve our national objectives unless we in our cities and states move the ball as we are doing. Second thing I'm excited about. We did a lot of great work in my state. We've got a cap and invest bill, a low-carbon fuel standard, great zoning, $1 billion for good public transportation, $100 million for electric car charging stations. But the thing I'm most excited about right now is that last week we became the first state in the United States to assure that every building built starting in 2023 is going to have a heat pump so you don't have to use dirty fossil fuel gas in your home or business. We're rocking it. I'm glad to be part of this supranational group.
Thank you very much. I forgot to introduce Governor Inslee. If any one of you don't know, Governor Inslee is the governor of the state of Washington. And energy efficiency, if you have $1 to spend, the best dollar to spend on carbon reduction is energy efficiency. So thank you for the first example. Let's go to you next. Seda Rodriguez is the head of the Secretary of Sustainable Development, Yucatan, Mexico.
Great. So I will have to start as same as the governor, saying that is the hardest question that you can ask to me, because it's like choose one of your children. I mean, you cannot do that, but I'm going to try.
Still have 3 minutes.
Still 3 minutes. And I will have to say that it has to be, we are proud to start from nothing. In Yucatan, we have no law, we have no gas inventory, we have actually nothing. And we did it in despite of the pandemic. So we got it, and we now have a law, we got an inventory, and got a carbon budget analyzed. So we are on track to the target, and we signed the net zero commitment. And I think we're convinced that we got the proofs and that we can achieve the goals. And and we'll say one more thing that we're actually doing right now is try to change the mind and the culture of the people. The citizens in Yucatan and most of Mexico has not the real idea of what it is going to be to fight with climate change tomorrow. And what we're doing in Yucatan is trying to show how mobility in urban areas is going to be one of the main achievements of the urban and metropolitan area in Mérida and all the urban zone. So we are working with Mérida, with another cities, to make a plan and make it very quickly, and trying to get for this year, we got 2 more years of administration. We are actually in construction of our first electrical transportation, public transportation in Yucatan. So just 2 of my children.
So is that electric buses that you're working on? Yeah, wonderful. Susan, can we go to you next? Susan Close is the Deputy Premier and Minister for Climate, Environment and Water of South Australia. Susan, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. South Australia leads the world in intermittent electricity production. With wind and solar, we had in the last reporting period last year, nearly 70% of our electricity was produced from those intermittent sources. For 180 days during that year, we had 100% of our electricity needs met through wind and solar. And as a record, for 156 hours straight, we were entirely supported by wind and solar. That is an unusual record to hold, and one that we're proud of, but it's not enough, because 70%, 75% isn't enough. So our next initiative, which we are very proud of, is to build what would be today the world's biggest hydrogen plant. We are building a 200 megawatt gas turbine being fed by a 250 megawatt electrolyzer and storage, so that we can take the excess renewables that we are capable of producing and turn them into storage for green hydrogen. We're doing that so that we can demonstrate to the rest of the world that this is possible.
Wow, that's very, very, very impressive, and in the scale of it, because other places the scale is actually much smaller than that. Way to go, Susan. Chilando, you seem to have a microphone. So Chilando Chitangala, I hope I pronounced that correctly, is the mayor of Lusaka, Zambia. Same question to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Lusaka is the capital city of Zambia in the southern part of Africa, and we have a population of 3.5 million, with 70% of the population living in informal sector. And we are one of the fastest growing cities in Africa, with the rate of 5%, at 5% per annum. So, yeah, that's big. Being a mayor of a city where you have 70% informal sector is not very easy. It's very, very challenging. And just to work on people's mindset, to make them understand that climate change is real, hasn't been a very easy journey. But right now, something that I'm very proud of is the mayor's office in the last year, but I've been in the council for 6 years, starting from councillor, deputy mayor, and then mayor. So I've been in the council for 6 years and trying to work with people at local level. And people are now accepting and understanding that it's very important to plant a tree. So I have what I call Plant a Tree with the Mayor campaign. And I'm very proud to say that it's working. And a lot of stakeholders are coming on board. and put a bit of funding here and there for us to buy trees and maintain the trees. So that makes me very proud as a mayor of a city that is 70% informal sector. And a lot of deforestation taking place. So many other districts in my city cut down trees, and we're teaching everybody to plant a tree, replace a tree, because we have to preserve our earth. Yeah, so that makes me very proud. And then at the same time, we have not been exempted from flooding and droughts in the city. So just making people understand that you need to keep the city clean, because what happens is we can't really manage our waste. So you have to make sure that they understand that disposing of waste in our designated areas ends up in the drainages. Drainages are blocked, and then we have bad flooding, and also that invites diseases like cholera and typhoid, so it leads to a lot of deaths in the city. So when people start understanding that this is what we're supposed to do with at the local level, it makes me very proud as a mayor. And also the fact that now we have to work with the people right at the bottom, so that we send a message. We use a bottom-up approach. We send a message to national government to help the local authorities. Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. And the focus on actually forests and cities and trees, which is a very important. And we have a program that helps cities and city mayors called Cities for Forests to focus on what services actually citizens get from even distant forests, on their water supply, on the systems of air quality. So fantastic focus. Now from Lusaka, let's go to the coolest city in the United States. Steve Alder is the mayor of Austin, Texas. Steve, what's going on next? Austin.
Well, let me first off start by saying my introduction changed in case my family's watching this. My middle daughter gave us a child about 8 weeks ago, and our youngest, is having her own baby on December 1st. So if I didn't mention that, I would have gotten in trouble the way you opened. When I came into office in 2015, one of the very first things that I did was attend the COP summit in Paris, and was able to witness the signing of the Paris Accords. But what was most exciting about that was that it was the largest gathering of mayors, they say, in the history of the world. And the mayors collectively signed their own agreement. I love this session that we're having. I love the initiative, because it reflects two things. First is the degree to which the world, meeting our climate change mitigation responsibilities, is dependent on local action. And the second is it recognizes the amount of work and cohesion and integration that cities are already engaging in between one another. So I love this initiative. In our city, Austin, Texas, which is the fastest growing large metropolitan area in the United States, and has been for each of the last 10 years, our biggest challenge was with energy generation, buildings. But in this last 10-year period of time, while our population has grown almost 25%, our electric generation numbers have gone down by almost that same 25% despite the population growth, which has us then focusing on transportation. We live in Texas. Everybody loves their big cars and their trucks and their highways. I live in a city where 72% of the people commuting downtown are doing it alone in their cars. So the priority for us was to finally have, as a major city should have as we were growing, a public transit system, which we had never had before. We designed a system that not only gave access to everyone in our city, but it had 70% of the affordable housing within a 10-minute, 12-minute walk shed of a station. It was a huge project for our community. It was a $7 to $10 billion project. But our community, in the middle of the pandemic, went to the polls, voted to increase their property taxes by 20% in order to establish that project, and it was successful, and it's now moving forward. I'm real proud of that.
That's a fantastic initiative. Fantastic. I actually met the team that you have under that came to see us. A brilliant group of people that are very, very committed. So from Texas, let's go to one of the biggest cities in the world, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Muhammad Atiqul Islam is the mayor of Dhaka. Share with us what's going on there.
Thank you very much.
Let me introduce myself. Our country is Bangladesh, and I'm the mayor of the city of Dhaka. 49,000 people are living per square kilometer. And my jurisdiction is 15 million, 1-5. So I'm the mayor of the 15 million people. And where there is at this moment, whole world is facing 3 C's. One C is the COVID, another C is the climate change, and last but not the least, the C is the conflict. So we need to stop the conflict. And that conflict money, if you can distribute for the climate change, then our future generation can give a big message. So my message because I am also the vice chair of the C40, we believe united in action. That's a very important message. And how the world we need to be united. I believe that no more handshake is the time for heart-to-heart shake. That's a very important. We believe the heart-to-heart. Otherwise, see in this conflict time, the price is going up, the fuel price is pricing, all over the world is a crisis. In my city, let me do something, say something. I am introduced a new things for the rooftop garden. If my city, they are doing the rooftop garden, I am getting the 10% rebate for the city dwellers. And if anybody wants to save the new building for the green, rainwater harvesting, I am trying to give them also 10% rebate as well. And being a city of the resilience city, very recently I discovered 24 parks, playground, and we welcome to my city to please come and enjoy their livelihood in this park. So this kind of very pressure in Dhaka city to get a public space. And one thing, the canals, I am not releasing any kind of fishing because these all canals are polluted. Every day, 2,000 people are coming in flags in my city for the climate change. And we have to give them the well-being, dignity and safety. So there's a huge challenges. Every day 2,000 people and I cannot say stop. So my urge to all over the world for the city like the high dense and climate challenging, we have to ensure the adaptation which is not yet ensured now. We have a lot of commitment for mitigation. We cannot see any kind of mitigations going on. With their support to be for technical support also. We are not seeing any kind of technical support. And last but not the least is the financial support. So I have urged in this COP27, we have to promise one thing. We have to promise one thing, that we have to give support for the adaptation, mitigation, technical support, and last but not the least is the financial support. Then whole world can be united for our future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you very much. It's an immense city that you manage, and I was wondering about your rooftop garden thing. We'll come back to you in a minute. So all of you have fantastic initiative. I mean, different scales, absolutely phenomenal. I think my question is going back to the initiative, is alignment between different levels of government. So my next question is the initiative that you discuss, each one of you. For Governor Inslee, you discussed, for example, heat pumps. How is it working between, Susan, I'm going to start from you, so we'll come this way. In a case for hydrogen, between the local government and national government, what policy alignment is allowing you or hindering you to do your thing?
At the moment, we have excellent alignment between South Australian government and Australian government. One thing I've observed in my country, and I would venture to say in several other important leading countries, has been that at times the national level government has not behaved well on climate. The state level government, the regional level government, tends to have kept the flame alive in those circumstances. It's certainly true in Australia. So while we have alignment now, and I'm immensely grateful for that, and it will make a huge difference, nonetheless, I'm very grateful to be part of this because we, at our level, are capable of withstanding the comings and goings of national temperament.
And right now, it is aligned with your national government?
The question is for you. I think the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
But for me, I will have to say that definitely the alignment is in this is crucial, and for Yucatan is more crucial than maybe in other states that you are ahead, advanced on the implementation. Not only the alignment with the federal and the municipalities is important. We are doing it. We are doing it by created by the law that I previously mentioned, and a commission, an intersecretarial commission of climate change and environmental. And this commission is trying to align not only the federal and the municipalities, but also in between intersecretariats, like energy and production and even, I don't know, health ministers. But also to create the channels or the pathways to align with the other sectors and other allies. For example, WRI. We did what we did about the transportation and mobility by working with WRI. And the way to try, that Yucatan is making things, is made this by law, by creating and decreted with strategies. And we got a zero waste strategy, we got a biodiversity strategy and mobility strategy, and actually we got a low carbon production in rural areas. So it's definitely very important to do it not only with the governments, but also with a lot of sectors and allies.
So Sarah, just to stick with you for a minute, you know, Mexico country, the national government has programs for transportation for cities.
Yes.
How is that supporting you in your electrification?
A lot. Not precisely in electrification. He does with mobility in general. The energy sector is not that well aligned with our intention. The renewable politics are not that quite certain in Mexico right now in the federal government, but we're trying to encourage by doing it with the private sector. And we're making it. So
actually, we were very encouraged by Mexico's commitments just a few days back.
It's true. That
right?
is great news.
I
think we're going ahead.
Very positive news.
Yes.
Steve, public transport has always been connected with the multi-jurisdictional issues everywhere. How are you managing that? Is it the case in Austin?
Well, I think alignment is absolutely crucial, and building on what the Secretary said, Rodriguez said about alignment, I would take that a step farther. And I would talk about the need for vertical alignment, working with the state where you can. Not the case in Texas with respect to transit, but with the federal government. You know, the program that we had with the State Department, Our Cities, Our Climate initiative, we were combined with 14, 15 other cities, was invaluable to us, and we appreciated that. But the horizontal alignment, crucial for best practices, for making sure that we make new mistakes and we don't make any of the old mistakes. The alignment with the federal government and the support on the infrastructure bill, just having it as a cultural value at the federal level is incredibly important. And then the alignment with other goals. I mean, there's the climate goal, but there's also economic goals. There are other interest alignments that can come together on a project like this. We won that election because it wasn't just about climate change, but it was also about economic development, and they were out in force. It was about more than just jobs. It was about so many different things, and that alignment, I think, is what enables a community to actually do truly transformative change.
And Steve, there was a period long time back when it wasn't aligned, the federal policy and your city's policy. What did you do then?
Those were dark days, not altogether too long ago, and there were dark days even on a project like the ones we were facing, because it increased doubt and the path forward wasn't clear, and also getting the buy-in of a community and the understanding of the importance of these efforts when it's not being set in an aligned way. It just turns everything into an even greater political issue, an organizing tool, a fundraising activity, and people take their eyes off of what it is that you're actually trying to achieve. The alignment is crucial.
I must say, though, those dark days United States continued to make progress because of what cities, and Governor Inslee, you must agree, what cities and state did during that period and set us up for actually continuing to actually reduce emission. Governor Inslee,
Well, I would say that we are not only aligned now with the federal government, we are above aligned. We're super aligned because the federal government has now built the first floor of what we need is a 2-story house. And we as states and cities are building the second story. And that's absolutely necessary to accomplish our national goals. And thank God for Joe Biden, who has delivered us from the darkness of climate denial. You cannot overstate his brilliance in accomplishing what he has done at the federal level. But it is not enough. And the good news is now we have started a group called the U.S. Climate Alliance. It's an alliance of 23 states, which have all, to consistent with their own domestic situation, are now moving aggressively. 23 states. That group, where if it was one country, would represent the 5th largest economic country in the world. Then we have another group of international governors and mayors. I brought 70 people to Glasgow. That group also would have represented the 5th largest economy in the world. And the things that I can do as governor because of my political system now are things that the federal government has not been able to accomplish. Price on carbon, carbon markets, low carbon fuel standard, a ban on natural gas. All of these, none of these things can be done at the federal level. We can. So that's the good news. It's happening. It needs to continue to happen.
Governor, would you spend 1 minute talking about the heat pump initiative, because that is something other states should learn about and replicate, I hope, because it's such a phenomenally effective solution. Can you spend a minute? How are you doing it? How are you going about it?
Well, we had our Building Code Council adopt this through a rule. We have a statewide Building Code Council that establishes the building codes. And as we know, almost every single case in human history, the cheapest savings, the cheapest energy source is not wasting it and having efficient buildings. And we have some of the most efficient building standards. In fact, we have one of the only building standard requirement for existing buildings that require our larger buildings now to meet certain energy efficiency standard, even for existing buildings, not just new buildings. But what we've done last week, because of a young woman named Anna Leasing on my staff, worked with the Building Code Council to require all new building next year, residential and commercial, to install a heat pump. And when you install a heat pump, you really don't need fossil gas in your home. That was done by a rule. It is cost effective over the long term. It is necessary for a climate perspective. And importantly, it is important from the interior air quality of your home. If you have gas in your home, your children have a 25% increased rate of asthma. Gas is dangerous in your home. So we want to give people cleaner air at the same time.
But these are for new buildings or just also existing buildings?
So the heat pump is for new buildings. The building standard is for all existing buildings over 20,000 square feet, and that will go down to 5 or 10 here in a few years. So I'm happy to say we are the leading state on that. I'm confident other states will join us because it's a cost-effective measure. It saves energy costs. Trudy and I now haven't paid electrical bill for several months. It's a joy in our state, or our city, or our home, because we put in good windows, and now we're getting an inductive range. So anyway, good news.
Thank you, Governor. Chilando.
Thank you. For us, it's very important that we align ourselves with the plans of our central government. So we have what we call the 8th National Development Plan that outlines things, what we are supposed to follow as local authorities. But obviously, most of the things that we want to do, we need their support, and it all comes down to more support than they think, because we need funding. So we've gotten what they want, so we have a lot of commitment, and this is working with the people, our communities. And we usually use what we call a bottom-up approach, so that we get the feedback from the people and then take it back to central government, and they feed him in the plans that they will align with us as local authorities. And it hasn't been very easy because, like I said, we were living in a city where we have 70% informal settlement. So it's not also easy for our government, but they've given us a very conducive environment where they support us with also human resource, so that we go down, do the investigations, and then feedback, and then they align everything into the plans of the nation. Yeah, so that is what we've been doing. But also, as a local authority, I think it's important that whatever we do to align with central government, we create sustainable, whatever we create, or whatever plans we make are sustainable for the people at the local level. So that is what we're doing. And most of the things, like for example, when we're fighting climate change, right now we know what we're supposed to do as a local authority. And one of the things that we are doing now as a council is to make sure that we have clean energy. And this is making sure that we encourage people to use solar in our communities. So we do a lot of campaigns and just try to also get private sector to come on board and help us. And we've been working with a lot of private sector in the city. For example, we also have private sector helping us not only in clean energy. We also have private sector helping us with water and sanitation issues. We have organizations like Lucy that help us, and it also we also make sure that mindset changing, I think, is very important for the part of the world where I'm coming from. They need to understand how important fighting climate change and also aligning ourselves with the programs of national government is important. Yeah.
So the solar program is a national program that you're implementing, or is it just a city doing that?
National programs, but we receive support from government and also stakeholders, and especially the private sector as well. Yeah.
Mohammed, how is it going between cities? You're part of a big metropolis, and with your national government for Dhaka.
Yeah, actually we have a very good relation with the national government, and also concept is that being a city mayor, connection with the national government, there's a vertical in 9, and also I need to maintain a horizontal relation with the C40s, with all the cities also. So national government and is a vertical way, and horizontally way of the C40s. So we can get the best practice going on all over the cities, and that we can implement and we can discuss with the national government as well. And very recently we have a discussion with the national government that we are going to introduce the electrical vehicle, EV. So when I'm talking with the national government, must give me the connection for the electricity. And we are discussing with the private partnership with the different kind of school. Now what's happened in my city as well. Now, a school in Dhaka city especially, everybody is coming with their own cars. So if I can introduce one electric bus, which accompany around 50 children, so at least 40 cars I can save. So that is the initiative already we are taking, and we are doing the campaigning. So the guardian, they are saying that, hey, how you can monitor my children, that whether when they get into the bus. But all over the world, the bus is very much for the school buses or other buses as well. But our country, the people, the guardian, they're very much scared. But now what we're doing, we are introducing the latest technology. So they can go to their apps, and with the apps, they can see how the children is going on, number one. And number two, when the children get into the buses, then their presence is automatically in the school. So this kind of campaign I have started. And now I'm trying to introduce at least 4 schools, which is around altogether 20,000 students. So my target, instead of 20,000 students, they're bringing at least 10,000 cars. If I can introduce only 100 bus, it can be stop the 20,000 car in the school every day morning. So this is the goal already. And I believe that next COP, I can show you all the pictures, how the children are monitoring with their school as well.
This is the electric bus for
Yeah,
school.
yes, electric bus for schools. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm going to shamelessly plug something right now because you reminded me. We actually, with many partners, Dan Lasher, raise your hand there. Dan Lasher runs this program for us in WRI. We have a program with many partners to electrify all school buses in the United States. United States has 480,000 school buses. Compared to that, United States has only 80,000 transit buses. So we have an immense program, and the last IRA bill has $5 billion for electric school buses. So we will all see electric school buses. I must point out, I've been working on cities for about 25 years. You guys you work in the best places in the world or the most polite. So everything seems to be working wherever you are. Your national governments are helping you, your state government, your next city is friendly to you. So everything is kind of sweet. So I don't know what we're going to do with this program because no one needs any help. So let me ask this question very politely. We have 11 minutes left. So you will have 2 minutes. What do you think would the most useful thing this program can do to enhance alignment? Susan, we'll start from you. Oh, you don't have a microphone.
Thank you. Look, I don't mean to say that everything is perfect. I said it's pretty good right now in Australia. People have been watching Australia. You know that it hasn't always been perfect in recent times on climate. But we are emerging back into the human race, and thank you for welcoming us. We're very grateful. What I was saying is we keep the flame alive. That is made much easier when we are able to draw on the expertise of others and also able to feel that we have something to offer others. And coming here, I wasn't certain about the merits of being at COP. I'm a new minister to this portfolio, and I didn't want to simply have a good time. I wanted to do something good for my state by being here. But one of the elements that has made me feel good is that what we're doing seems to be of interest to others, and there are many people grappling with the same challenges that we are. So you can help us by making sure that this bond doesn't just happen once a year, as I know it doesn't, but is a continuous occasion to improve our practice and to share our practice, but also to keep each other honest. And the thing that I was most inspired by this visit, was today, coming in at about midday and seeing the protest by the First Nations young people telling us that what we're doing now still isn't good enough. And I am grateful for that because complacency is now our enemy. It's no longer denial, it's complacency.
Thank you very much, Susan.
We going in order
I
again?
think so. Why not?
Why not? Well, I think I will have to say that for Yucatan maybe is that right now we're growing. Actually, Yucatan is a very interested state in Mexico because it's the safest one, and we are in frank growing in every sense. So we need to accelerate the implementation on what we are doing. And in that matters, we need the most successful experiences that we can learn from all these panelists, but also I can guess any other more, and to try to accelerate the rhythm. And think that is the thing that many cities and subnational levels needs right now to reach the ambition. We need to accelerate the rhythm of implementation.
You mean learn from other cities and other states? That's what.
Yes.
Are you part of C40?
Yes.
Network? Okay.
Yes.
And are you learning from other cities through that?
Yes, of course. Actually, our zero waste emission in metropolitan area we learn from Slovenia, and we've been there trying to learn from them. So
my experience has been cities actually learn best from other cities. That's fantastic. Steve, what should this program do? That's the question.
I would say three things. The first one is to convene, because the sponsors of this are in a unique position to be able to do that. The second is to elevate and support. When cities are doing this kind of work, it's oftentimes presented locally as one-offs, and we each fight the same battle as if it were a brand new battle in our cities. But I think the context of knowing that there are cities that are doing this in a wave would be very powerful, and it's an argument that we can't make well locally, that it really takes a voice that's from the outside looking back in. And then the final thing, with all due respect, Governor, trying to continue to send more and more money to cities directly and lobby for that. Because I think that cities closest to the ground are now where you're finding the innovation in climate change work, and that should be supported.
But does the infrastructure bill doing that?
The infrastructure bill, yes, in an amazing way, and I think you're going to see the fruits of that. You're going to see projects launching much more quickly than when they have to go through yet another administrative step when money is parceled out by the state. It's going to every city, unlike even the ARPA, the rescue plan dollars. So you're going to see projects in small cities that ordinarily are not rewarded. So I think that it's working incredibly well.
Just on the small city part, I should have mentioned 75% of this emission that we're talking about is actually in smaller cities smaller than 750,000 people. Governor Inslee, I'm sure you vehemently disagree with Steve.
No, he's the best mayor outside of mine. I would say you could help 2 to 3 things. One, we need help in actually permitting the projects we need to build. And there is some concern. We have billions of dollars, but if we can't get these projects sited, we can't spend the money. And we need additional permitting infrastructure in the federal government and our state and our city governments. So we've got the person power, the infrastructure to actually move the permits. That's number one. Number two, to have a truly integrated grid so we can move renewable energy from where the solar farms are to where the electricity is used. We need a regionally integrated, nationally integrated grid. We are so far away from that. It was not designed with this purpose in mind. So we need some federal action from FERC to make it clear that no one state can block transmission across borders to actually get this job done. Third, and I'm not sure it's entirely consistent with the Austin viewpoint, I do think in the distribution of the dollars, we can't spread it as butter. There is a desire and an inclination to spread things as butter, that everybody gets $1 on a per capita basis. I don't believe that's the best investment of these sums. I think a grant program based on a criteria, who can give us the biggest carbon savings per dollar, is the way we allocate this money. And if Idaho can do it better than Washington, then they ought to get the dollars. So there's 3 things you can help on.
But just to stay with you for a second, but this program I don't think can do much about the grid question. That's such a big question at the federal state level. I'm just asking, what could this program to do enhance any of the 3 things you said?
Well, when you say this program, I think of the federal government, and the FERC organization has the ability to really control these grids in coordination with the state. And so it's not just one program, it's the states and the FERC with backup from the U.S. Congress. That's what's needed to get this job done.
Got it. Chilana, you. What could a program like SCALE do to help you?
Hello. Thank you. First of all, we don't have a sustainable energy climate action plan. So that is what we need help for. I heard you say we don't need help, we need a lot of help in that one. And because we don't have this plan in place, then we can plan better. But if we could be helped and we had this this support to put this plan in place, it means that we can now plan better and be prepared for the city for whatever is going to come, especially where climate change is concerned. And then also we need support in data, because if we don't have proper data, then we won't know really how to serve the people. We need to have proper data so that we know the numbers that need help. We know also the areas and what numbers are they in that very area that will need a lot of help from us, the local authority. And then also we need technical support because people our human resource has to be trained to know exactly how we're going to collect that data and what we're going to do in our preparedness. So we need a lot of help in that. And then also in planning with the commitment and the process, I think if we had proper technical support and our human resource has been has the capacity, I think that will be okay for the city. Yeah.
You're very clear. So climate planning for the city,
Yeah.
data and technical support for sectoral things that you're doing.
So we need to be helped with our sustainable energy climate plan.
I think this is exactly kind of things this program can do. Mohammed.
Thank you. As I mentioned that we have a mega city and our all canals at this moment are with the black water and the gray water as well. So in the canals, we are not releasing any kind of fish. It is not as an aquatic life for the fish because the canals are completely polluted. So for that reason, if we cannot release the fish in the canal, then there is a mosquito larva is going to affect the dengue. At this moment, you can see there's due to the global warming, number one, and due to the canals are polluted. I request you that whether we can do the jointly with the scale up to cleaning the canal, how we can clean the canals with the solid waste and the fecal waste as well. That's a big challenge. So fecal waste, we are also connected directly to the canals, and the solid waste from the slum area, they are throwing to the canals as well. So the canals are 100% polluted. So there's a very big challenge being a city that I need to scale up with this kind of project for make the campaigning is a huge, we need huge campaigning for our citizen, number one. And number two, the new technology. What is the solution? How, unless, how we can stop them? And the black water, gray water, all are in the canals ultimately. So this is a big challenge for me. So let's do what we can for the solution of in the canals, I want to release the fish. But now it is millions of mosquitoes. So that's a big challenge at this moment. I want to scale up for this.
Well, that's an immense challenge in many cities. And also because of solid waste, also flooding is a problem. All the people living around there. No, it's a very important. I really want to thank all of you, how brilliant you have been with the time. Look at that. Look at that clock. So please join me in thanking this brilliant panel. And only thing I want to say, you cannot get to 1.5 without subnational government, and you can't get subnational government working if they don't vertically align. I've been saying in NDCs, let's bring the subnational governments in the NDCs so we can raise our ambition. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for joining us today at the U.S. Center. We will have our next event at 4:30, the NASA Hyperwall Talk. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to our NASA Hyperwall presentation on atmospheric aerosols and their human and natural sources. We have Dr. Michael Falkowski from NASA. Give him a round of applause.
All right, thank you everybody for coming to the last Hyperwall talk of today. And today I'm going to be talking about atmospheric aerosols and about their human sources and their natural sources, and then also talk about their role in the Earth system, how they impact things like human health, as well as Earth system function. So this animation here shows how aerosols, 3 primary aerosols, move across the Earth's surface. In this case, we're just looking at the animation centered on the Atlantic. And we have 3 different aerosols here. We have the white stuff, which is smoke. That's soot and sulfates, primarily coming from 2 different things. The natural source would be wildfires, for example, and a human source would be fossil fuel combustion, like burning of coal at coal power plants. Then we also have sea salts in blue here, which are picked up from the ocean surface as winds blow across the ocean and form storms. And then we have the brown stuff here, which is dust. So in this case, we're looking at North Africa and the Sahara Desert, which is a big dust pump. And the winds blow across the desert, picking up that dust and transporting it all over the Atlantic. And it's interesting to watch this animation to see how these aerosols are transported across the globe, and it really shows us how connected everything on our planet is. Something that happens in one part of the world can greatly impact air quality, for example, in another part of the world. And so a couple of things you'll see here, as the fire season changes across the globe, you'll see fires, in this case, up in British Columbia and Canada. Later on in the animation, you'll see them in the western U.S. and also over here in Europe, especially along this coast of Spain. And you'll see a couple other things is when these hurricanes form and they go across the ocean, they interact with the dust, and they actually entrain that dust, and it precipitates out into the water or into the rainforests, for example. And we'll talk more about that a little bit. Slide's not advancing for some reason. Just give us a second. Too dusty? Should I just tell you next slide? Yeah. Thank you. All right, and so I want to talk a little bit about aerosols and their impacts on human health to start off this talk. And you can see here from these news stories or these journal articles that air pollution has hazardous impacts on human health, as well as it's very costly to the global economy. So here's a headline from an article here that 4.1 million premature deaths per year are attributed to aerosols, for example. $21 billion in annual healthcare costs are resulting from diseases and human health impacts directly related to air pollution from atmospheric aerosols. And then 1.2 billion lost workdays for each year for people that are out from work because they are sick from some sort of aerosol-based impediment. Next slide, please. So in the U.S., the Clean Air Act, which started in the mid-1960s, was set out to regulate 6 criteria air pollutants: ground level ozone, particulate matter, carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide, lead, and sulfur dioxide. So we'll talk a little bit about each of these. So ground level ozone is primarily formed when you have emissions from fossil fuel burning that combine with other chemicals in the atmosphere from either natural or human sources. And they impact respiratory health of humans. Now, I want to say something about ground level ozone. When ozone is in the troposphere, the lower part of the atmosphere where we live, it's really harmful to human health. When it's in the stratosphere, it blocks UV light from entering their surface. So it's good there, but it's not good when it's in our lower level of our atmosphere. Another word you'll hear used to describe ground level ozone is smog. So this is what we commonly refer to as smog in cities. We have particulate matter, which we'll talk about more in a second, but that's mainly from smoke or dust. So it's generated either from natural sources like the dust we saw off the Sahara Desert, for example, or the burning of fossil fuels. And then we have carbon monoxide and nitrogen dioxide from again, emissions from vehicles or power plants. We have lead and then sulfur dioxide from power plants. Now, lead is not really a problem anymore. They used to put lead in gasoline, but that started to be phased out in the U.S. in the mid-1980s. And it's been phased out worldwide now since, I think, the early 2000s. Airborne lead actually led to lower cognitive function in humans. And so it's good to see that some impacts of these regulations have had positive impacts on human health. All right, and so I want to talk a little bit about particulate matter. Often when you hear the word particulate matter, it's referred to by either PM 2.5 or PM 10. That 2.5 or the 10 refers to the size of the particle. So PM 2.5 means that the particles have a diameter of 2.5 microns or less. And then these coarser particles are particulate matter with diameters of 10 microns or less, or between 2.5 and 10 microns. So these fine particles are things that come from, for example, smoke. So this is soot, for example. Since they're so small, they can penetrate deep into our lungs and cause negative health impacts. And then these coarse particles are also linked to respiratory irritation and cardiac death. They don't penetrate as far into the lungs, but they can certainly cause some lung-based diseases. And so here is a list of several different diseases that have been linked with ambient or airborne particulate matter. Next slide, please. So NASA has several satellites that orbit the Earth that can measure different components of different aerosols, for example. This particular satellite, NASA's OMI mission, the Ozone Monitoring Instrument, was launched back in the early 2000s, and it measures several different criteria pollutants such as ozone, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and aerosols from dust, for example. These are some of the criteria pollutants that I mentioned before. And so OMI orbits the globe on a regular basis, and we can use it to characterize the amount of aerosol pollutants in the atmosphere and how they change over time. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, OMI launched in the early 2000s, and so we can look at how air quality has changed in the troposphere, starting with this instrument, for example, in 2005. And you can see this is nitrogen dioxide, which again comes mainly from the burning of fossil fuels, emissions from vehicles, in some cases coal-fired power plants as well. And you can see across the globe where these major areas, these hotspots of high nitrogen dioxide pollution are. So look at the eastern U.S., these industrial areas in the mid-Atlantic region, the Midwest around Lake Michigan, northern Europe, China, India, and other major metropolitan areas across the globe. So let's go forward about 10 years and see what has happened to nitrogen dioxide in the atmosphere. And you can see that there's been a significant reduction in certain parts of the world. So I mentioned the Clean Air Act before. As it started in 1963, but as time progressed, regulations got more stringent. And you can see that the U.S. in certain areas has really cleaned up its air quality through regulations. So nitrogen dioxide, let me think for a second. Nitrogen dioxide, the main thing that the U.S. did to reduce nitrogen dioxide pollution was require catalytic converters on automobiles, which prevents that, which scrubs the exhaust from the car and prevents it from getting in the atmosphere. The other thing you'll see is that can you go back one slide, Mara? There was also, let's look at Northern Europe and then China as well. So next slide. There was also a reduction in Northern Europe, and some areas such as India and China, for example, saw increases in air pollution from nitrogen dioxide during this time period. That makes sense because these are highly, quickly industrializing areas. Next slide. So again, we're looking at the U.S. for nitrogen dioxide here, just again, showing you a little zoom in. Here's Los Angeles, San Francisco, in the eastern U.S., and let's go to the next slide. And so you just see the dramatic difference that 10 years can make in terms of increasing regulation. So this really shows that regulation, in this case, placing catalytic converters on cars made a big difference in the United States. Let's go to the next slide. So again, we're looking at changes in the U.S. We're centered on the eastern United States, and this box here is over the Ohio River Valley, which is a highly industrialized area of the United States. A lot of manufacturing happens there. And we're looking at two different pollutants, sulfur dioxide, which mainly comes from coal-fired power plants. And then we're looking at, again, nitrogen dioxide, so the same thing you saw before. And what we see in this time period is we're also getting a reduction in sulfur dioxide. And this is from regulations that required putting scrubbers in chimneys at coal-fired power plants that take that chemical out, that aerosol out before it reaches the air. This graph here is a summary of the data, a time series of that data in this little box here over the Ohio River Valley. And what you can see is through regulation, the U.S. has really dropped both sulfur dioxide and nitrogen dioxide over time. Nitrogen dioxide has decreased by about 50% from 2004, 2005 levels as compared to 2021, and then about 80% reduction from sulfur dioxide. Next slide, please. So that story is not the same in different areas of the world. We're seeing an increasing trend. So here we're having here's the same two the same two aerosols in India, again summarized in this box over time, and you can see that certain areas are increasing. So SO2 and NO2 and SO2 both go up. Now you will see that this trend is sort of flattening, which is encouraging, and that is because India is tightening its air quality regulations, and so there is at least a leveling off. We see one other interesting thing here. We see this big dip in about 2020. Did anybody know what happened? COVID. See, it's exactly right. So COVID, this was resulting of stay-at-home orders and lockdowns resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. So there weren't as many vehicles on the road in India at that time. There was some power plants shut down because there was not as much demand for energy during that period of time. And so this really shows that there are ways that we can improve air quality. Next slide. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about COVID. This is a look at, again, nitrogen dioxide in the U.S. during the COVID lockdowns before and after. And so you're going to see changes in the eastern United States resulting from stay-at-home orders. You see really pronounced changes in the southeastern United States, Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas, for example. And you also see some reductions up in New York and Philadelphia, as well as the Washington, D.C. area. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit more about dust. So those last aerosols I talked about were primarily human-made. So nitrogen dioxide and sulfur dioxide come from human activities such as burning fossil fuels. We also have particulate matter dust coming off the Sahara Desert in this case, pumping across the Atlantic Ocean. So certainly PM10, the big dust particles, can have a negative impact on human health, but they also can have positive impacts on global ecosystems. So this dust turns out to be very nutrient rich, and it blows across the Atlantic and actually acts as a fertilizer to the tropical rainforests, for example, in Brazil and in South America, which are nutrient limited ecosystems. So this is a very important nutrient input for those forest ecosystems, which grow and suck carbon out of the atmosphere as they grow. The other thing that dust does is it drops in the ocean, and we'll talk about this in a second. It also enhances the photosynthetic activity of phytoplankton in the ocean, which also takes carbon dioxide out of the water. One other thing that dust does is it interacts with sunlight, so it either absorbs or reflects energy back to space. So dark dust particles absorb energy and could have a positive warming effect on the Earth. It's adding more energy to the Earth system, increasing global warming. Or if you have really light-colored dust, it can reflect that energy out before it has a chance to contribute to global warming. So we're still trying to understand these dynamics. Next slide, please. Here's what I mentioned before about phytoplankton fluorescence and dust deposition. So phytoplankton fluorescence means, high fluorescence means that the phytoplankton are photosynthesizing. They're happy. They're sucking a lot of CO2 out of the water as they grow and photosynthesize. It turns out that many ocean ecosystems are limited by iron. So the phytoplankton need this iron to grow and be happy. Turns out that the dust coming from the Sahara Desert, for example, and other arid places, add that iron to the water. That increases the productivity of phytoplankton. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit more about dust. This is the Intertropical Convergence Zone, the ITCZ, and it's this band of heavy rainfall or persistent rainfall we see across the equator. And you can see that the northern extent, this orange is dust, this orange in the background is dust. You can see that the northern extent of the ICTZ isn't stable. It moves up and down and gets higher or lower through time. There's a lot of variation. And that northward movement and the southward movement of that ICTZ can impact how much dust comes off the Sahara Desert. You can imagine if you have a year where this line is higher, the desert's wetter and the winds aren't going to affect much dust coming off. And so the point of this slide is that there's a lot of variation in dust production, and we need to use remote sensing data to study dust dynamics and how they change over time and how they influence the Earth system as a whole. Next slide, please. And so I want to talk briefly about two different missions that are looking at different components of dust. The first one is EMIT, the Earth Surface Mineral Dust Source Investigation. It actually just launched, I think, in earlier mid-July, and it went up to the International Space Station. It's a hyperspectral sensor that is on the International Space Station, and its mission is to primarily focused on measuring dust and dust dynamics and how it impacts radiative forcing, or the global warming potential of dust on the Earth's surface. And so here's an image showing that. So you can see here, in this case, we have light-colored dust that might reflect more energy might reflect incoming solar radiation back out to space before it has the potential to warm the Earth. And then we have these darker particles that absorb that energy, thereby having a net positive warming effect. And here's an illustration of that, where we have dust coming off the Sahara that is, light-colored, reflecting more energy, and dark-colored, absorbing more energy. So EMIT is going to provide us lots of data to better understand dust dynamics, as well as being used to map minerals, for example, in arid regions of the world. Next slide, please. And the last slide and the last mission I'll talk about really briefly is called PACE. It's the plankton aerosol cloud experiment, and it's going to launch in, I think, January of 2024, so it's a little over a year out. And it's an ocean biology mission mainly focused on mapping and understanding plankton dynamics or phytoplankton dynamics in the ocean. But as the name implies, it also has science questions related to aerosols and clouds. And there's a lot of uncertainty in terms of how ocean biology impacts things like cloud formation. And one of the science objectives of PACE is to better understand how ocean biology influences cloud formation and how all these different aerosols interact to drive the behavior of the Earth system. So that's my last slide. I will happily take any questions you might have, and thanks for coming. I think there's a mic coming. But...
Thank you for that. Thanks. Like this? Okay.
Who are you talking to? I was just wondering that you put up some slides at the beginning of nitrous oxide and sulfur dioxide, and I live in the Netherlands, and over the Netherlands it was the whole country was red. I was just wondering, is that in the troposphere, like the air that we have greater interaction with, or was that like all atmospheric levels?
No, the data I showed are all the tropospheric aerosols. So that's the stuff we live in and the stuff we breathe.
Great news, thank you.
Thank you very much. I was just curious whether you have any thoughts on the geoengineering and aerosolizing of the atmosphere?
Well, I have my personal thoughts on it. I think we don't understand enough of the impacts. I don't think we've done enough studies to understand what some of the negative consequences might be. So I think we do, if we're going to start to do this on global scales or even finer scales, I think we need to do a lot of modeling to understand what some of the unintended consequences might be, for example, of putting dust or particles in the atmosphere to reflect light back out as a way to reduce the rate of global warming. Great question.
Thank you for this presentation. I'm curious about your background and how you became an expert in this field.
Yeah, that's a great question. Where do I start? When I was an undergrad, way back when, I took a class in remote sensing, and I started to see images like this. Now, they weren't, back then of high quality animations, but they were in textbooks, and they just made me realize how beautiful our Earth is when we look at it in different ways and how connected things are. And after I took that class, I just decided to keep studying it. And I worked for a while for different U.S. agencies before I went back to grad school. Went to grad school, ended up becoming a professor, which I really liked. I taught at a university for about 10 years before I ended up at NASA being a program manager. So, yeah, I think it was just my love of understanding how the Earth works and the outdoors and the environment brought me to where I am. Great question. Thank you. Any other questions? One more.
There were 6 aerosols that you noted in the beginning. Are there any new aerosols that we ought to consider putting on that list now, 20 years later, or however long we are from that original regulation?
As far as I'm aware and concerned, those are the 6 primary ones that we're concerned about. I'm not aware of anything new up and coming. It's not to say that there isn't, but to my knowledge.
One small thing I would add is that lead is not a problem for automobile gasoline, but it is still in aeroplane
That is
fuel.
correct.
So if you live in the flight path of an airport, you're still at risk.
Yep. That's a very good point. So, and it's also in race cars. So if you go to a lot of racetracks, you might also be at risk. All right. If there are no other questions, thank you so much for coming.
Yipteni.
We'll be starting in just a few minutes, folks, so please take your seats. Hello and welcome to U.S. Energy Earthshots, Decadal Goals to Power the Clean Energy Transition. And now I'd like to welcome to the podium Assistant Secretary Brad Crabtree from the Department of Energy. Give him a warm welcome.
Thanks, everyone. Welcome. It's great to have everyone here for this Energy Earthshots event. We're at an exciting moment in the United States in terms of leadership on climate policy. Over the past 2 years, we've seen passage of legislation that's providing tens of billions of dollars to invest in clean energy technology and hundreds of billions of dollars to stimulate private investment in those same technologies and projects, all intended to put our nation's economy on a path to net zero emissions by mid-century. U.S. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm has been leading a lot of this change. And it's not just about funding and tax credits to invest in climate solutions. It's also the Secretary's leadership in strengthening our department's capacity to implement this transformative agenda and challenging all of us at the department to be innovative, to think big, and to focus on commercial deployment of the climate solutions we so urgently need. Many of you who have heard the Secretary before have heard her say, deploy, deploy, deploy. Toward that end, Secretary Granholm announced in April of last year a new initiative to set compelling, bold, and ambitious targets for new technologies that will significantly reduce emissions globally. Harkening back to President Kennedy's Apollo program, Secretary Granholm called this effort Energy Earthshots, with the goal of overcoming the greatest hurdles to making climate-essential technologies easily affordable and thus widely deployable. She described the Energy Earthshots as our generation's moonshot that put human beings on the surface of the moon for the first time. Over the past year and a half, there have been 6 Energy Earthshots announced in clean hydrogen, long-duration energy storage, carbon-negative solutions, enhanced geothermal energy, floating offshore wind, and industrial heat. By driving down technology costs and improving the performance of mission-critical technologies, the Earthshots aim to make possible the United States goal of net zero emissions across our entire economy by 2050. As the Secretary has said, we need to make these technologies so affordable and reliable that they become simply irresistible in the marketplace. This will benefit not just the United States, but all countries by reducing the cost of deploying the technologies we need to meet our shared climate obligations. Before I introduce the Secretary, we'd like to share a short video highlighting the goals set by Energy Earthshots and the new trajectory they will help set us on.
Over the last decade, the cost of solar and wind energy plummeted by up to 80%. How? Concentrated funding in research and development helped unlock astonishing progress and clear pathways to net zero. But completing the journey is going to take more than just solar and wind. We need clean hydrogen. We need floating offshore wind and enhanced geothermal power. We need long-duration energy storage, carbon management, industrial decarbonization, and more. Technologies that can offer enormous potential if we can knock down the barriers blocking their full-scale deployment. So enter the Earthshots initiative. Through Energy Earthshots, the U.S. Department of Energy is mobilizing the diverse expertise and talent across our national labs, along with academia and nonprofits and the private sector. And we're doing this to solve some of the most pressing technical problems across the energy economy. We have to deliver breakthrough innovations that can rapidly drive down costs, that can improve performance and accelerate our transition to clean energy. And we need your help to do it. We're putting out an all-hands-on-deck call for innovation and collaboration and speed to guarantee a better future for our children and our grandchildren. So answer the call. Join us. Visit energy.gov/energyearthshots to learn more.
So now it's my honor to introduce the U.S. Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, to share with us these flagship initiatives. Please join me in giving the Secretary a warm welcome.
Thank you, Brad. Okay, so I I call the Department of Energy America's Solutions Department, Solutions Agency. And because we see these big achievable goals like what we are describing here as something that we can unearth and do the research on to achieve these incredible outcomes. And it's exactly why we did launch the first series of Earthshots this past year. What we've done in these Earthshots is set specific goals to achieve specific targets. So for example, on clean hydrogen, that we would achieve clean hydrogen, which means for the price of $1 for 1 kilogram within 1 decade. 1 for 1 in 1. And so we've launched all these other ones as well. I really like the fact that we are being creative about what is achievable and what is a reach goal. So for example, let me just give you another one. The long duration storage, we are seeking the reduction of long duration storage cost by 90%. And when I say long duration, it's 10 plus hours. For enhanced geothermal, it is a 90% reduction to the cost of $45 per megawatt hour. For offshore floating wind platforms, it is a cost of $45 per megawatt hour. Industrial heat, a reduction of 85% of GHG emissions. So we have specific targets for each of these. Now, we launched the long duration storage shot last year, but what we are doing now is to roll out funding attached to it. So yesterday we announced that we're investing $350 million in demonstration projects for long duration storage technologies. The heat beneath our feet, the enhanced geothermal, and the offshore wind shot. And in fact, we are going to be doing 3 summits next year. One is geothermal, one is offshore wind, and one is industrial heat, these 3 summits, which we like to call Earth, Wind, and Fire. And we want everybody to join because we want to be able to gain the expertise from those who are around. So those 3 summits will be early next year. And we need partnership, we need collaboration of folks from all over the world to be able to achieve this. So first we have some great folks that I'm going to call up to the stage here in just a moment who are eager to participate and benefit from these technologies. But first we're going to, I think, play a short video, if I'm not mistaken, related to some key breakthroughs connected to that long duration storage shot. So cue the video.
Energy storage is the bridge between affordable, carbon-free, renewable energy and a modern, resilient power grid. But to use all the renewable power we can produce, grid batteries have to last longer and cost less. At Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, we're developing better energy storage systems for the grid, like next-generation flow batteries with unique electrolyte chemistries that hold more energy. We tweak this organic molecule used in candles as a sustainable, lower-cost alternative to the chemical commonly used, resulting in a battery with twice the energy density. Using artificial intelligence, we screen 24/7 for the right materials from among hundreds of millions of possibilities. Collaborators worldwide can tackle challenges at DOE's new Grid Storage Launchpad. Teams can visualize and validate new storage technologies. Prototype batteries are designed and undergo testing in realistic grid conditions, and standards are developed for widespread deployment. Together, we're innovating faster today for a clean, secure, and equitable energy future.
Just one example. So what I'm going to do now is invite our panelists to the stage. Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham from New Mexico, just winning again her 2nd term as governor of New Mexico. I'm going to invite Brad Crabtree back up, Assistant Secretary for Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. You can imagine where his expertise is. Argonne National Laboratory Director Paul Kearns. Thank you. Okay, so that was a Google, I was just lead into Google because we need your technology. Google Vice President for Engineering and Research, Yossi Mateus, has also joined us. Thank you so much. So I'm going to launch some questions for this group, and hopefully you've got your microphones next to you. Gov, let me start with you.
All right, Secretary Gov.
I know. You have been such a great leader on clean energy. I mean, you have signed all of this legislation. You are totally committed to getting to 100% clean energy, et cetera. And I know that you have been interested in next generation technologies as well. Why don't you say a word about what you see now in this new term as the opportunity for New Mexico?
Well, I appreciate the question, and you've made it much easier, and the Biden administration, by making sure there's hundreds of billions of dollars in addition to the $8 billion we've got our eye on for hydrogen. And I want to talk just about a couple of innovations that I think lead to much broader investments and strategies to tackle the climate crisis, but also move even more quickly into renewables. So let's talk about methane. So we've launched the methane rules, and the federal government basically adopted the New Mexico standard, give or take, which is by 2026, you reduce in the oil and gas industry 98% of the methane. So it basically also makes flaring illegal. We know that it works because we've been doing it for the last couple of years, and last year we reduced flaring by 69% in the industry. Now, yep, that's worth clapping for, and now we can make sure states around New Mexico are doing the same. How are we accountable, and what kind of innovation, which is new jobs? We're using NASA, and we're using your national labs, our national labs, primarily Los Alamos National Lab, to use their data and satellite technology and infrared mapping to show us where we still have methane problems. And by making that data available, we're creating new jobs, better innovation to deal with it immediately, and to focus in areas where we can actually turn it into fuel cells on the spot, creating yet another energy sector in the state. And I'm really excited about that and hope that that kind of technology, innovation, and information, particularly now this broader and making it direct to states, GIS mapping and satellite technology, will create a dashboard so that every New Mexican can see what's happening, what we're doing, how we're accountable, and how we're making potential bad actors accountable, which we hope will be useful data and information to the federal government.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And thank you for that, because you guys are such a big producer of fuels, fossil fuels, and figuring out how to button that down is super important, which leads me to Brad Crabtree next to you, because he's head of our Office of Carbon Management, right, Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, the one Earthshot that I didn't mention, which is the carbon dioxide removal Earthshot. Of course, we want to make sure that we button down the methane, use it for good reason, but make sure we don't add to our greenhouse gas emissions. Maybe you can say a word about, on the carbon side, the carbon dioxide removal Earthshot.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Secretary. First of all, just to underscore that to address our climate challenge, we need to reduce emissions to zero or near zero from nearly every source. But there will be sectors, there will be technologies, processes where getting that last increment of emissions reduction will either be technically remain very challenging or simply be very costly. And so carbon dioxide removal technologies will help us remove CO2 from the atmosphere, and as we get to net zero, we'll have to continue to draw down the accumulated levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, and the carbon dioxide removal will allow us to do that. The technologies exist today. In fact, there are some commercial projects. There's a project in Iceland that's capturing 4,000 tons a year, but they're very small. So we need to both expand the scale of these technologies and increase their performance, and that's what this Earthshot's about. The goal is to reduce the cost of removing a ton of CO2 from the atmosphere to $100 per ton within 1 decade. And so we need to do that to make the technology accessible affordable and deployable on a large scale so that when we get to mid-century, it can do its work. In terms of what we're doing in the carbon negative shot, we're working in 3 areas right now. Thanks to the bipartisan energy bill, we have a very generous $3.5 billion program called for building direct air capture hubs, and we will be releasing a funding opportunity announcement in the near future and starting to accept applications. And what the legislation requires is that each of these hubs will have to capture 1 million tons or more of CO2 from the atmosphere and then store that CO2 geologically permanently. And in addition to that, in terms of deploying these technologies at larger scale, because they'll build out the CO2 capture and storage, they'll be able to provide almost an incubator for some of the less developed technologies to be further developed. The other thing that we're doing is we're using our research and development programs to help test out and improve the technologies that haven't yet been deployed in a commercial setting. And then the final piece that we're working is we need to develop these technologies in a much more accelerated and intentional way than we probably have ever done before because our time frame is very short. We need to have a suite of carbon dioxide removal technologies available commercially at the end of this decade. And so we're launching an initiative actually on Thursday here at the COP where we'll be working with a number of countries, each country demonstrating at a pilot scale some of these emerging carbon dioxide removal technologies. And then as a group of countries, we're going to share those learnings so that we can bring these technologies to market faster. Oh, yes, and now we can cue the video. Sorry.
All right, and so those of you, you're taller, you may have to move out of the way. You probably can stay right where you are.
Wow. You could pretend.
At the Department of Energy's Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, we're developing solutions to fight the climate crisis. Our research supports efforts to quickly scale up technologies that prevent carbon dioxide from entering the atmosphere or that remove it from the air once it's already there. One approach borrows from nature. Scientists have known for decades that carbon dioxide is absorbed from the air during rock weathering, the natural process that causes minerals in soil to break down over time. Berkeley Lab scientists are now exploring an engineered solution called enhanced weathering. Certain kinds of carbon-hungry rocks are finely ground and scattered across a field to supercharge carbon capture by soils. Enhanced weathering has huge promise as there is an enormous amount of potentially suitable land worldwide, and there's a nearly unlimited supply of rocks. In another approach, Berkeley Lab scientists are developing a chemical sponge that soaks up carbon dioxide. It's based on an amazing nanomaterial that's so porous, a piece the size of a sugar cube has an internal surface area greater than a football field. This means that a small amount of the material can soak up vast quantities of carbon dioxide. Our scientists are optimizing this superstar material to trap carbon dioxide from power plant emissions and grab it directly from the air. But what do we do with all this captured carbon? We're investigating safe ways to increase the amount of carbon stored permanently underground using geological carbon storage technologies. These are some of the many ways Berkeley Lab is accelerating carbon management innovations to fight climate change and helping the Department of Energy achieve the goals of the carbon negative shot.
Great. Come on back up. Thanks, Brad, for that. I love it. We've talked about PNNL, Pacific Northwest Napa Lab. We talked about Sandia. We talked about Berkeley. And here we go with Argonne National Lab. Paul, so glad that you are here. Say a word about, if you wouldn't mind, what both basic and applied research does to lend itself to these Earthshots.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. It's a real honor to be here and to share a little bit, of course, perspective on behalf of the national laboratories. I think the videos really highlight nicely, really, that Secretary Granholm called them achievable targets in terms of the Earthshots, and I'm going to call them ambitious as well. And certainly, breakthroughs in basic science and applied science are required, really, for us to accomplish the targets, I believe. It's also important that we have more than one path, and so it's really critical that we have options in terms of how we achieve those goals. really wanting to tailor the solution that is developed to the situation so that we have really an efficient, elegant solution, I would say, in that regard. I think I'll say the national laboratories are really built for this challenge. They really are all about really helping society save some, or address some of our most challenging problems. Climate change is certainly at the top of the list, and something the labs want to lean in on. It is really fantastic, really, the investment's been made by the U.S. taxpayers and the Department of Energy, and really our expertise, our staff, if you will, our facilities, and also we all have fantastic collaborations. We work together well. We work with industry. We work internationally. All that capability really allows us to really bring that basic science and applied science to the forefront. I have two quick examples I wanted to talk to, kind of moving back, if we could, in terms of long-duration storage. Great example, we have the Joint Center for Energy Storage Research, funded by the Office of Basic Energy Sciences and the Department of Energy. There are 19 institutions that collaborate on this effort, really focused on next-gen batteries, really thinking ahead, moving away from lithium-ion when it's time, when it's appropriate, when the technology is ready. A great story really to share is a spin-out from J. Caesar. It's called Form Energy. They've done really fantastic work in terms of looking at inexpensive, earth-abundant materials that really could serve for a long-duration storage. The technology they're currently working with is iron-air, two pretty abundant, if you will, elements or activities or materials in terms of the world. And their target is not 10 hours, but 100 hours of storage at a cost that's competitive to, if you will, commercial production of electricity. And so really fantastic to see them. They've been successful in terms of the pilots. They have two great examples of contracts they've signed with utilities, one in Minnesota, one in Georgia, to really demonstrate these technologies at scale. And so we're really excited about that. They've been very successful in terms of raising funds for startup activities. They've raised over $800 million really to further develop the technology, scale it, and deploy it. So it's really fantastic. They intend to manufacture it in the U.S., so it's creating great jobs, and so it's really a great example. The second one is really kind of the transition to the next video, which is really about hydrogen. And I want to really give a shout out to Idaho National Laboratory, and you'll see in the video they're doing some great work looking at really using nuclear energy to produce hydrogen. And so that's really a fantastic. Martin Keller, who's here, the director of NREL, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and I got to participate in an IAEA discussion this afternoon on integrated energy systems, looking at using nuclear for not only the production of hydrogen, but also integrating it with renewables and thinking about energy storage and that concept. So this is another great example where the labs are leaning in and working with industry to really advance technology and really putting it to good work. Before we play the video, though, I also wanted to give a shout out to our host country here at COP27, Egypt. They're doing some fantastic, really some fantastic work at scale. They've just announced plans for 100 megawatt green hydrogen and green ammonia facility here on the Red Sea. So really exciting to see that happen. I know that the U.S. is a partner of that to some extent. I'll also give a shout out to our work with Egypt in terms of the Net Zero World Initiative, which is really a nice way, really for, again, the U.S. to lead in and provide, if you will, the scientific expertise, really the availability of our research facilities, as well as really collaborations across the world. So with that, I think we're ready for the video. So
all right, in our multimedia phase, yes, come over here.
Creating low-cost hydrogen while reducing carbon emissions is an ambitious goal. Idaho National Laboratory is leveraging more than 70 years of expertise in nuclear energy to help reach it. To create hydrogen from water without the need for fossil fuels, INL is developing new electrode materials that are better at splitting water at lower temperatures. We're also performing stress testing of electrolysis cells and cell stacks. INL partners with private industry to develop and test their electrolysis systems, demonstrate fully integrated modular systems, and verify operational performance. These systems can harness the heat and electricity produced by the nation's fleet of nuclear power plants. That's because nuclear plants are already generating the ingredients for making hydrogen from water, electricity, and steam. When grid demand for electricity is low, nuclear plants can shift their output, using their steam and electricity to make hydrogen. Such versatility will create added value for plant operators while offering a competitive source of carbon-free hydrogen. INL is already working with several nuclear power stations to integrate hydrogen production into their operations. Reducing the cost of clean hydrogen by 80% will unlock new markets for clean hydrogen, including steel manufacturing, clean ammonia, energy storage, and trucking. Energy Earthshots are helping America tackle the toughest remaining barriers to addressing the climate crisis.
Great. Awesome. I just have to, I know you gave them a shout out, but Dr. Ashby here from Pacific Northwest National Lab, Martin Keller, who's head of the Renewable Energy Lab, the National Renewable Energy Lab, of course, Dr. Kearns, head of Argonne. We've got 17 national labs, what jewels they are for the Department of Energy, but really for the country. We should feel so proud of them. And so on to research from the private sector. Google obviously doing a lot of this, a lot of work in clean energy, leading in so many ways. I'd love to get the perspective of an international company like Google and how you think these kinds of technology will not just benefit the United States, but the globe. How do you see that playing out?
Yeah, so first, kudos for the program. I love the Earthshots concept, and again, thanks also for our hosts here. Google cares about sustainability, so we've been the first company to be carbon neutral since 2007, and last year we announced plans to be totally carbon zero in all operation at zero by 24/7 by 2030. Now, when we think about the role of technology for energy and for carbon removal, I think there's room for a lot of innovation. And some of it actually coming from unexpected directions. Let me give an example. So one effort that we're running, and I'll give a little bit of context because I think it's also interesting, is called Greenlight, where we identify that a lot of the carbon that is actually generated is generated in the cities by cars just waiting in junctions, which is not a great fan of, obviously, for us as drivers. Now, it turns out that just by using traffic data, we could, with a little optimization of traffic lights, without any sensors, one can reduce the waiting time quite significantly and thereby reduce the carbon emitted in cities quite a bit. So this is still work in progress, but based on pilots in some 10 cities, we saw this is actually quite significant, which makes me quite optimistic because it turns out that there are some low-hanging fruits that we're perhaps not seeing that. And the way we came about this project was actually asking our engineers to come up with ideas and sifting through dozens, literally, of ideas and looking for the ones that are going to make the most difference. Another aspect I'd like to touch on is the role of cities and governments around the world. And so, for example, what we're trying to do is to provide, data is king, of course, and I think you touched on satellite data and how important it is. But there are some other types of data. For example, the basic information about where trees are planted in the cities turns out to be quite important. And how to guide cities in doing their urban planning, because it turns out that where you plant the trees has impact about the temperature within the cities, the air quality, actually the carbon emitted within different neighborhoods. So there's this project that we call Tree Canopy that we're going to expand from 15 cities to hundreds of cities. And again, this is about giving the knowledge to those who can actually take action and make a difference and impact, of course, whatever others are doing. Now, I'd like to touch also on the notion of data, which, again, I think you touched on earlier, which is extremely important. Because once we have the data, of course, we can apply more innovation. We can open it up for more organizations, more companies, for countries, for startups. We're looking into an initiative called Data Common, which is about trying to bring together millions of resources of type of data so that it can be available for others to innovate on. Now, on the innovation part, I firmly believe that innovation can come from everywhere. And in fact, one important thing is to harness such innovation. And again, in Earthshots, we are doing a great job in doing that in those areas. We're trying to facilitate innovation by supporting startups. We have a program called Startups for Sustainable Development, where we have hundreds of startups around the world. We're having over 1,000 or so of mentoring sessions. And the idea is actually to see how can how to support those entrepreneurs who are passionate about sustainable development goals and give them the kind of tools, mentorship. And the beauty about technology today is that practically anyone, anywhere can utilize the power of machine learning, of cloud computing, identify a problem, come up with innovation solution, and actually make a difference. And there are so many different ways in which we can tackle those problems, and we need to see many of those approaches together because we don't know where the big impact is going to come from. And obviously, time is of an essence, as pointed out earlier here.
Time is of the essence, no doubt. Thank you for that. I'm curious, as we think about these technologies and we think about the opportunities that exist, many of us are focused, you're probably focused on this, and making sure that communities are not left behind through these technologies. I'm wondering how you see the role of bringing technology to communities that may be disadvantaged may end up being a real benefit for them. How does it play out in New Mexico?
Well, a couple different ways, and thank you, Secretary, for asking the question. In 2019, we passed our Energy Transition Act. The whole purpose was to make sure that we were pivoting as quickly as possible by having robust renewable energy targets by 2050, and we're beating those, which I'm very proud of, so that the utility sector is basically decarbonized. But in doing that, it means shutting down coal-fired or generating plants. And in the area that we're doing that, it's run, the employee factor, largely Native Americans, largely members of the Navajo Nation in one large oil and gas county in the state. And what happens is by the time there is an innovation or any new job sector, the opportunity for those folks to transition is frankly much harder than it really is harder than we make it sound when we talk about all the innovations and all the investments in higher education. And New Mexico now has the most robust free college in the country. So 2-year, 4-year degrees, certificates, licenses, full-time, part-time, anytime, with investments in centers of excellence that are these new climate crisis innovations. But what the law did when we secure these power plants, millions of dollars go directly to the employees. So $20 million goes directly to the individuals who are affected in those job transitions, allowing them to pay their bills, raise their families with dignity, and decide what their future is as we bring new innovations.
Wait, so they can earn while they learn? Is that what you mean?
And it's meaningful, earn while you learn, so that their salaries and income are completely protected. Then another 20 million, we did 40, goes right to the local government so that they're incentivized to do their own investments in new economic sectors and further incentivized to do renewable energy. So the community college is doing it, the local government is doing it, the Navajo Nation is doing it, and employees are invested in and protected while we do it.
And at the same time, you have to make sure that the jobs are there for them once they come through training, or that they are being trained while after you've recruited an employer.
And some like jobs make sense, which is why we're so excited about hydrogen. And I did promise Governor Inslee of Washington that we should just decide that you should tie us, do an energy hub there and do another one in New Mexico that supports.
We're in the middle of a
states.
competition on this hydrogen hub, so I can't
But
talk
think
with
about
her
all
about
of
this.
these Navajo residents and all of the other tribes that benefit from a just transition. Point being, that effort and that Earthshot asking us to not only produce hydrogen, decarbonize transportation, use it in air travel, which we're doing right now with companies in Albuquerque. You're incentivizing states to think about new ways to deploy businesses and an economic sector using old components, marrying it with new innovation, and solving a climate crisis problem. That's good for everyone, and in a minority-majority state, it's good for everyone.
That's great. That is great. I'm curious, Dr. Kearns, at Argonne, you guys have approached this issue of workforce and opportunity in a different way. by having argon in the city. Say a word about what you guys are doing to make sure we've got a workforce, but that can take advantage of these technologies.
Well, thank you very much for the question. And yes, we have established, after 75 years, Argonne has moved back into the city of Chicago. That's where we began. We moved out to the suburbs, and now we're back in the city in addition to our suburban campus. And it's really about connecting with, if you will, underrepresented community on the south side of Chicago, being present there, really having a great opportunity to share with them what the laboratory does, but also help them think about those individuals, the students that we're engaging with, think about their own future and where there might be opportunity for them. And so really encouraging in that way. You know, we've also tried to really establish a presence in the community that's really science-based. One great example of doing that is not only in Argonne, but not only in Chicago, but also in Baltimore and the Texas Gulf Coast with what we call an urban integrated field laboratory, just announced in September, which really allows us to really understand, study with the communities, basically, the impact of climate change on the urban community, but also the impact of the urban community on climate change, really helping to undertake our understanding from really a regional level down to a neighborhood level or even a street level, so they could really understand and feel they have a good knowledge of what's occurring, why it's occurring, and how they might mitigate those impacts. And so really helpful in that way. But being present, you know, it's really about establishing a relationship that allows a good dialogue. You know, one of the community organizations we're involved with is called the Puerto Rican Agenda. They're located on the west side of Chicago in this case, and one of the organizers there, one of the leaders, I should say, not organizers, commented that as a minority serving institution, they're often invited to dinner, but they find out that they're on the menu rather than a part of the conversation, and really their needs are being addressed. And so she feels like we're really, by using this kind of approach to step back into the city and be present and invite them into really our science, this is a really way that we can serve the community much more effectively and work and develop that workforce over time.
So important. So there's the disadvantaged communities, like you might see where young people may not have access to the science, technology, et cetera, in schools where they are. That's one form. And then there are communities that have been disadvantaged because of this transition, which is part of what you were talking about. Brad, you are obviously head of our Office of Carbon Management, Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. I'm wondering what you're seeing with respect to the technologies associated with decarbonizing that might give those workers a feeling like there is future for them.
Thanks, Secretary. Yes, so obviously we're in the midst of a significant shift in our energy use, and there are parts of the United States that have long depended on traditional energy sectors, on industry, and there's obviously anxiety anytime you see these kinds of changes. The beauty about carbon management is that you're providing technology to, in many cases, to repurpose existing energy and industrial facilities, and so you're retaining very high wage jobs. These sectors pay some of the highest blue-collar wages in the U.S. economy. You're also creating additional high wage jobs because the projects themselves in their construction and then ultimately in their operation provide that high wage employment, and these are jobs that are above prevailing wage in the local economy. They support middle-class families, and they support entire communities and regions. With direct air capture and carbon dioxide removal, it's especially exciting for some of these communities that are traditionally dependent on fossil energy and heavy industry, because you're further offering opportunities for decarbonization in some ways, reducing the risk to these industries. And we have a lot of partnerships with labor unions, and they're almost as excited about direct air capture as they are about carbon management. The other thing I would say is that we're working really hard to make sure that the deployment of these projects, the projects that we're funding, as you know, there's been a department-wide, beyond the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon, multiple offices working together to develop guidance on how we're going to evaluate the projects we fund. And that guidance is in 4 areas. It's in community engagement, and it isn't just holding a community meeting and saying, putting up a slide deck and saying, this is the project, what do you think? It's real sustained community engagement where citizens have an opportunity to have real input on the design and implementation of a project. So that's one part. Another is Justice 40, and that's the President's commitment to ensuring that 40% of these investments from this tremendous legislation benefit disadvantaged communities. So we have an action plan that we require from Applicants for Justice 40. Then there's diversity, equity, inclusion. We want to make sure that our dollars are funding projects that support and create a diverse and inclusive workplace. And then the final part is high-quality jobs and workforce development. To some of the points that have been made, we are asking for plans in all four of these areas. And in the workforce development, we want to see that these companies that receive funding from the Department of Energy are investing in apprenticeships and training and the other kinds of things that will really create tangible economic, social, and environmental benefits for the communities that are most affected.
Great, 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 great. All right, so now I'm curious. I'm going to ask you all to give me some advice, us some advice on, I'm a big believer in best practices. I'm a big believer in poaching great ideas. So whether it is something that you're seeing another country do, or a government, whether it's state or local or international, that we should be looking at in the United States or that other countries should be adopting. I would love to hear your advice on that. And maybe, Yossi, I will start with you since Google is so international and you probably have some ideas on that.
Sure. If I may also connect it to the previous question. Yeah. So first I'd like to know that indeed the developing countries, as we know, are on the receiving end of many of the climate crises as we know it. And that's why it's so important to actually to do the extra mile for them. On our part, we are actually building a team in Africa, which are of AI researchers who are looking to solve problems for Africa, with Africa, and for the world. And indeed, are already looking into food security and developed some technology that actually is now expanding to the world about using satellite imagery to actually have understanding about urban areas within the world. Now, another example I would note that requires, that is so important to have also with government partnerships is related to flood forecasting. Floods are one of the devastating natural disasters, and with climate crisis, of course, we see increasing frequency and scale. So a few years ago, we actually set up to look whether we can do anything about it, and it turns out that we can. We started with the areas that actually suffer most. So fast forward, after just experimenting with it, just last year we sent over 115 million notifications to people at risk in India and Bangladesh, alerting them of floods coming their way 8 hours or more before the floods actually arrive. And this required pushing the science and technology, but also partnership with the governments. And just last 2 weeks ago, we announced expanding that to 18 more countries, including 15 in Africa, again, using the science, technology, platforms, and also partnership with the various countries and organizations. So these are examples of how to use, how to help out with the communities at large by using deep technologies, AI, and partnerships. Now, when I think about the opportunities in the various parts of the world, so first we all recognize that data is hugely important in order to be able to apply new technologies, especially with the progress, the unprecedented progress of AI and machine learning, where if you have enough data to train models on, there's a lot that can be done. And in order to actually bring together and remove barriers or actually be able to do that, I think that having programs with academia, with entrepreneurs, using the likes of data repositories that everybody could use is one such example. Obviously, to remove barriers which have to do with legal potential barriers of how to deploy innovation is another area, because essentially on the problem of crisis, the entire world is in the same boat. So do we really operate in such a manner that reflects that? Sometimes yes, often not. So I think this is one opportunity actually to take action and to make it easier for those who innovate, those who develop technologies, to actually scale more broadly and more rapidly.
Great. Well said. Well said. And we'll just popcorn down. You'll have the last word. So go ahead, Paul.
I'll provide just one quick shout out to an idea that I've seen used and is working well and something we should do more of, and that is staff exchanges. Certainly in terms of the research community, the scientific community, we benefit a great deal when a researcher or scientist can go and spend time with their colleagues in a different country across the world, if you will, and kind of understand and experience firsthand the science they're doing and to really benefit their own research as well as enhance their collaborators' research. And so doing more of that, doing that across the full spectrum of one's career, whether you're a student, whether you're early career, whether you're mid-career, or perhaps even a more senior researcher. I think that's best practice as well.
So, Secretary, I couldn't think of a specific example that came to me in this visit of what we should take home. But what occurred to me in thinking about your question is, at this COP, I've been really struck at how quickly the process of our learning from each other is accelerating. There are elements of our infrastructure bill that were inspired by commitments made in Europe. The Norwegians and the Dutch had committed billions of dollars to developing CO2 transport and storage networks. And that was then, those examples were brought to the United States Congress, and we persuaded members of Congress to put $5 billion into the infrastructure bill so that we could develop the same types of CO2 transport and storage on a regional basis. And now we're seeing, this week Saudi Arabia announced a major carbon hub. People are talking about hydrogen hubs that they're emerging all over the world. And the other thing I'm seeing is going back the other direction in our Inflation Reduction Act, this really robust comprehensive tax credit package. I've been in dozens of conversations where government officials or stakeholders in other countries are talking about how they're starting to propose these very specific incentives to drive technology in their markets, and that's exciting.
It is, it is. I mean, in fact, we want all copycats on that. We'd love to stoke this huge wave of deployment of clean energy technologies. We want to work with other countries. It's cooperation and competition together is very healthy for the planet. What are you seeing? What advice would you give me?
Oh, I don't know if I've got, I don't know if it's advice, but how about this? In one of your videos, it struck me that in a state that looks very much like where we are today, we have our own Healthy Soils initiative. So making sure that carbon capture or natural decarbonization through healthy soils and healthy agricultural practices. Why aren't we using the rock technology that you just put out on a video? And why don't I spread that from one end of the state to the other? So my staff's all right there. So I need you to do that by Monday on everywhere. So that's how this should work. And then I have no doubt that the federal, whether it's infrastructure or any of the new climate change initiative money that's available, can help us spur partnerships to in meeting our renewable energy targets and figuring out ways not just to export it, which creates opportunity for the state. I got to do more on doing a just transition and making sure that we keep up with the Biden administration's efforts. We're going to do community solar in sovereign nations. And that means that sovereign nations or populations, again, as an example, the Navajo Nation, have never had electricity. Well, now they'll own it, operate it, have it reliable in a state that can produce great quantities of solar energy. And the work in storage allows us to enhance and develop that further, faster, better. And lastly, because of the climate crisis, we're no longer in extreme drought. It's the aridification of the Southwest and the West. And again, in the Inflation Reduction Act is money to invest to figure out what we're going to do about the water crisis in the West. But New Mexico also is home to large, frankly vast, brackish water aquifers. And getting rare earth minerals out of that salt sludge is another place where we're creating innovation, creating jobs, leveraging for areas that we need assistance. We got to move faster and further. Probably going to need all three of you. But those are things that we can export those technologies, but your support and your innovation allows us to afford the investments in these technologies.
Well, the great thing is you talk about solar. Of course, this all began, as Brad was saying at the beginning, with the sunshot in the Obama administration to reduce the price of solar by 80%, and in fact that's happened. So we're now able to democratize solar, to bring it down for everyday citizens, to make it affordable for them, and we want to do the same thing with all of these other technologies to bring down costs and democratize them and heal our planet. Please give our panelists a great round of applause, and thank you all so much for joining us as we create our next Earthshots.